everybody! How are you all doing today? I almost forgot to turn down the BGM. As you could tell by it being not as smooth as it usually is today. I was just sitting here, it's like, okay, I only got a few seconds left before I gotta transition over, and then it's just like, my music's still at full blast. But I fixed it before too long. Let me see, let me go ahead and get the game open. I had a pretty good day yesterday. I played a little bit of co-op Baldur's Gate for the first time. That was very fun. I helped my friend kill the goblin leaders. Cause she's just like, I hate goblins. It's just like, okay. So we got I forget what her name is, the priestess lady. We got her first. We had a lot of trouble with the drow. Just because Will kept missing with Eldritch Blast, but you know. And then I was just like, hey, since Gore Raznik is a little difficult, let me just do some barrelmancy. But we got all of them. And it's very interesting. I'm doing my best to not spoil Peach on like certain events. But I'm also just like sitting here, it's just like, when are we gonna go get when are we gonna get Hot Lady? when do you need help finding her? Do you need help finding Karlach? Because I can find Karlach for you. Okay, let's go ahead and transition over here. Oh, why is there pink? Why is there pink? Hello? Throwing system, what are you doing? Why is there pink? Why is there pink? There we go. Okay. Right, there's a ghoulie. Okay. I was silly and left a setting open. It appears. In the final chapter, the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Hello, Rocket!
21 moths in months too.
21 moths, my goodness. Oh, this track's slightly different. But how are you doing, Rocket? My goodness. Can you... 3 years in a... or 3 more months and it'll be 2 years. That is... that is wild. My goodness, Rocket. Do you look... your audio separation? Oh yeah, I checked. It's all good still. I think you and I might use different audio separation, because yeah, I checked and it was good. So, the time's finally come. Today, we unravel everything. Majima! Oh, I need to probably turn the audio down, because this game is louder than Baldur's Gate is. That should be good. Mine was saying it was all good. Do you want me to check your VODs? Oh, I checked the VODs and there wasn't any, and nothing was muted, thankfully. Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. We unravel it all. It was Majima. I knew it this whole time. I'll be counting on your support more than ever today, Miss Susato. Oh no, why are you sad? Miss Susato? Ah! It's been so long since we got flipped. Oh no, what's the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Nothing? I was just saying that I'll be relying on your support today, but I'm so sorry. Of course, I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but I shan't let you down. Would you mind helping me to my feet then?
Oh, dear, I'm really very sorry.
Majima killed the dead person again. Oh no. Just brought him back to life to kill him once more. Sasito-san isn't her usual self at all, but that's hardly surprising, I suppose. She's just found out that her father is the partner of a world-famous detective, not to mention...
Good morning, sir.
Huh? Lord Van Zeeks! Thank you for all your efforts yesterday. What? Did I hear that correctly? What? Oh, no, nothing. Just, I hope we can clear things up today. I really can't make this man out. His face says I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday.
Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, Mr. Naruhodo.
Good point. The Reaper? I suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. Huh? It was my tactic... attacking acceptance of that pseudonym. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all this.
But you're not to blame for that, Lord Van Zeeks.
It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it? To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason. What do you mean? Tacit. Oh, yeah, that is a really weird word. There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. That having been slain by that evil killer, Clint's restless soul returned as some sort of demigod, to wield a deadly blade of justice where I, by dint of the law, could not. Yes, we've heard that story too. When I lost him, I felt as though I'd lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do, and so... in some small way, I wonder if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little more keenly. What was the adventures of Tingtone? Tingtone? Where there was an undead knife, a knife that was plunged into the body of an undead that made them come back to life and stab them again. Oh. English language is 15 languages standing on top of each other, each other's shoulders, wearing a trench coat, trying to pass as one language. Absolutely. It's just a big old mixing pot, and it's like, yeah, this works. Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public.
He was obviously extremely important to you, Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. Read and read pronounced differently, right? And it's like you just have to depend on the context, and sometimes the context doesn't even help. I know that you didn't take anyone's life, and I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in court today. I never thought I'd say this, but I can see it in your eyes, that burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity. Thank you. It was the guard by the door, right? It was him the whole time. Now tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air? Oh, Iris! When did you get here?
Oh!
You read a sign, and you can... You read a sign and you can read a sign. How does that work? No. I'm not a linguist.
I brought you one of my special blends. Hurley loves it. He says it helps him clear his head.
I thank you.
Iris! It's Iris! Oh.
That's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. You seem different today, Iris.
Oh?
Sort of subdued, I suppose.
I am not.
What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Scythe's laboratory.
All right then. Good luck to you both. I have to make a move now.
Oh, you're not staying? I thought you'd want to watch today's proceedings.
Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously, but I've got lots to get ready.
Get ready? For what?
Oh, yes. Would you like this?
Isn't that one of the little felt dolls that's usually dinging from your knapsack?
Yes, it's a lucky charm. A little Hurley that I made once.
A Hurley? It looks more like a Hairly to me. Got the special ingredient THC. Oh my gosh. Would that even... I don't even know if that would be a thing in this time period. It's probably somewhere, but like, I don't know if it was... I mean, it still has leaves, so maybe... I don't know. Iris, might I ask how many depressants have you put in this tea? Oh no. How much caffeine have you put in this tea?
If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can.
What? Pull his ears?
That's right. It's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it. Also, it's a secret gun.
You think what we'll need is luck?
I just sneaked a peek inside the courtroom. And it seems very different to normal.
Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all of the stops. What does that mean?
What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I don't know. He was out all night and he hadn't come home by the time I left this morning.
Oh, I see. Was Professor Mikotoba out all night too, do you think, Miss Susato?
Yes, it would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning.
And apparently they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all. They? Father and Judge Jigoku, I mean. Judge Jigoku, too.
That's right. Nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday.
Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once. Iris, will I start having strokes, heart palpitations, and heart attack if I drink this tea?
I mean, maybe. Good luck then, Naruno. Good luck, Susie.
Yes, thanks, Iris.
And you, Mr. Reaper. I hope it goes well.
Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing.
Oh, I'm so glad. We must go inside now, Lord Van Zeeks.
I think it was more of a I don't know, maybe. Lord Van Zeeks has always been the formidable prosecutor I've had to lock horns with in court, but not today. Today I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who I trust more than anyone else in the world. Now I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, to this one trial, and to this one final reckoning. Will I look like a little Roman boy trying a bang energy for the first time? Give me this tea. My goodness. Just imagine. Okay. The judge isn't here. It feels even more oppressive here than it did yesterday. There are cold stares piercing me like knives from all sides today.
Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, look!
Oh! Lord Strongheart! Kazuma must have known beforehand. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of his execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all around the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth of these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. And see what's going on here. We're face to face with corruption, right? Because so much was like pointing at Lord Strongheart in the last chapter of just like, this is weird. This is weird that he's in the middle of all this. And it's just like, By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial, and one over which I, Male Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. The six jurors' flames just... As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary, assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process. In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart. People that are on your sides explicitly. On a personal note, I find this distressing, Lord Van Zeeks. You are a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother Clint, in fact. You get my brother's name out of your mouth. Strongheart might ask where the judge is and show him, right? Can we ask where all these people are? Why are you the judge? I don't... They went missing last night and you're here now. I mean, the thing is, it's a different judge that is missing, but like, actually, no, two judges are missing, because the judge that we've been dealing with and Judge Jigoku are two different people. Oh. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Just walks up and smacks Strongheart. Keep my brother's name out of your mouth, right? For the trial of Baron Von Zeeks, who officially stands accused of murder. Counsels for the prosecution and defense, are you in full readiness to proceed? The defense is ready, my lord. As is the prosecution. Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard. Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. And in those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice. Mr. Dally Vigil, who would be given the inspector's identification and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work when, in fact, he wasn't. At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who has been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memories of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. My hair on what? When there's corruption. Particularly ever since I stepped foot in the courtroom, get stronger to you. Rocket, my goodness. Because whilst he was engaged as chief warder at Barclay Prison, he abetted the convict's escape. Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinners. He's recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted to posing as Gregson whilst investigating the Red-Headed League. Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed one day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Asoki. I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed that the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on the 31st of October, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details. But the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday. That the time of death was 5 p.m. on the 1st of November. There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems that the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled. That's out of the question. There's no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly. Hello, Dragon Bolt. How are you doing? Very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident.
Oh gosh, okay. It would, yes, especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities. Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities? Scotland Yard put an enormous effort into investigating that precise matter yesterday. Cosmo, no, the pumpkin spice latte isn't baited. It has. He's been infected. I think that we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now. Okay, let's see what we got. How's stream going? No, it's good. No, not Ginny. Anybody but Ginny. Not with this voice. It's going good. We, as you can see, we kind of just started since we're only like a half an hour in, but yeah. Hello, the Ace VTuber. Hi, you showed up while I'm doing a Valley Girl voice redeem. How are you doing that? This is usually not how I sound, but you know, I gotta stick with this for another 4 minutes. So how are you doing? Oh, you're also playing great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Nice. Are you having fun? How far are you? Because we are in the last chapter, so this might be spoiler territory. Just as a heads up. But feel free to lurk. State your name and occupation for the court. Inspector Gina Straw reported. It's really hard to do the Valley Girl voice with Gina's voice. Representative of the Scotland Yard. Every time I have to do this voice with Ginny, I die a little. A self-conferred rank, but never mind. Thank you for the hydrate. See Jesus on a cracker. Yeah, it's rough. Gina, again, while we're doing the Valley Girl voice. Last chapter 2. Ah, nice. So you might, maybe, I don't know if you're like a little further than me, but I can only assume if you're also on the last chapter, unless you just started it. I don't know. What's the problem, Odo? What's with that? Gina, again. You okay? The boss meant the world to me. He done more to me than anyone ever did. Yes, I do voices too, a little bit. It's really hard to tell because I'm doing the Valley Girl voice, and so it kind of ruins a lot of the voices, especially Gina. But, you know, it's fun. It's fine. Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean? He got me out the back slums of the East End and took me under his wing. Take great pride in ruining things. It's like you knew Gina was gonna show up. Taught me that life can have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him. Oh, Gina. Right. All out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not all that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes, no. More VA, Ace Attorney, also Raid, hello! Yes. In 2 minutes, I will be going to regular voices. Don't worry. What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about. Very troubling. That face. Lord Strongheart knew! It's like he's in the middle of everything. So, Inspector Lestrade, let's hear exactly what it says in that report. Coming right off, sir. I think the Cockney British takes over the Valley Girl a little bit. Gina kills me with this voice. Okay. Sure, detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook had a load of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day. My goodness, I can't. This is way too hard. I keep trying and it's a struggle. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is there's witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too. Smuggled goods? I don't know, DI. I'm just telling you what was written in the book. Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines. Goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe. It's well known that they are disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital. But the police are rarely able to locate them on time. Okay, so Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets? It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked to the involved parties. Right, I can breathe. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority without the Yard's knowledge. And do we know where the dealings were taking place this time? In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentlemen's club. And on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there.
Oh no, the wolf voice! I might be able to do the wolf voice with a Cockney British accent. That might be a thing. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter. That can't be! We haven't heard anything about any of this. Members of the club have testified to it. Why, there's just not a break at all. There's no question. The accused, Beric von Zieks, was present. That would be very significant testimony then. Oh my, but... Lord von Zieks has made no mention of this at all! In short, Lord von Zieks had ample opportunity to murder the victim. Very well then. Counsel for the defense, begin your cross-examination. Okay.
Wow.
Now to press everything. Yes, a very wow moment. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. I was gonna press on everything. There we go. So, you follow orders, do you, Dina? No, not me. I'm above the owl, you see. Oh. The boss always had special orders for me. Grab us some fish and chips or go and give Toby a grub. That kind of thing. So, errands more than orders then. This detective is still an apprentice after all. Yeah, well, this apprentice ain't one to sit around and wait to be told what to do, even by the boss. That's why I've been doing my own investigations into what happened. I didn't find much at first. We'll search to the So you went through Inspector Gregson's things? Yup, as part of the independent Lestrade investigation. I'm sure your superiors would be delighted that you are taking the initiative. So I snuck into his office when no one else was around. Cause if anyone at the yard hadn't seen me going in there, they'd have tapped me straight out on the street. This is sounding less and less like an investigation and more like something else. The prosecution understands that it was this very detective who discovered the notebook. You got that right. Nothing gets past Inspector Lestrade and her twisty assistant, Chief Inspector Toby. We found it hidden in one of the desk drawers that had its false bottom. That's impressive. So then I went to hide myself where no one could find me, and I could have a butcher's at what was written in it. Cause if anyone at the yard had found me out, they'd have tapped me straight out on the street. I've given it in now though, ain't I? And if it weren't for me, I would never have been found. It would never have been found. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. You have any idea where those dealings were taking place? Yep. It was all in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember. As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at the Gentleman's Club. This is sounding less and less like investigation and more and more like a fur kind. A little bit, probably. Yes, I remember. But I was hoping to find out the name of the club. That won't be necessary. What? Usually people only say that in these games when it's extremely necessary. It's conceivable that a club might be used again by the smugglers in the future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name of these proceedings. I don't know what all the fuss is about. It's right here. All I've got to do is read it out. And I could too. I've got this reading game buttoned up now. I can finally read. Can I show you what I could do? Go on. What's the The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. I could try and find out. What should I do? I insist. I insist you tell me. This is a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. As I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I believe. No, my lord. The prosecution has no objection. But I do. Cosmo? There is no question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However, it's not yet been established that he was on that particular trail
on the day in question. Yet the defense requires to know the club's name. The prosecution has no intention of being obstructive. My nose got all stuffed up doing that. My goodness.
Right then. I'll get to show off me reading skills.
The grouse. Or the grouse? The grouse. I'm gonna assume the grouse. What sort of club is that?
I ain't got the foggiest. Clubs ain't exactly my thing. But I'm kind of curious.
They're not places where a foreign student like you would be readily admitted. Have you looked in the mirror recently?
I'll tell you what. Me and Chief Inspector Toby could go in undercover.
Could you, though?
I could pick out a few good marks and see what else I could find out while I was in there. Thank you for the follow, 99th. See you later. Alright, later. Yeah, have a good rest of your day.
I really don't think you should go picking out anything. Anyway, that's where these black market dealings were going to take place, is it?
Ah, it's gotta be. That's what the lower ranking detectives at the yard reckon.
Says the even lower ranking detective. Want to build an AI voice model and make Xephoria shadow our voice mode, or would what? I don't know if I would want my voice to be turned into AI stuff. to be all honest. It's like I will put my voice into Tao's because I am doing that myself. Which, like, one of these days when I'm not streaming, one of you Iggy's remind me through the Discord to re-record Alex. I joke, I'm building an AI model off of myself. Okay. So, how had Inspector Gregson come to find out about it in that case?
That's the question, ain't it? But I'm just an apprentice, so...
And why didn't he inform Scotland Yard of his findings?
Yeah, that's what I was asking myself, because, you know, I'm just an apprentice.
When it suits you, yes.
Anyway, the point is, something went on at that club, no question.
You can't say that for certain, though, surely. The Reaper was there. Lord Van Zeeks was at the club? He was. Detectives who visited the club yesterday to make inquiries have confirmed it. Several members report having seen the accused being admitted to the room in question as a guest. It looks like there's no disputing that he was there then. Well, we know that Lord Van Zeeks was investigating Inspector Gregson, don't we? Perhaps he'd already discovered the inspector's secret notebook, which led him to the club, you mean? Maybe. Presumably, then, there are also eyewitnesses who can testify that Gregson was there. None have been identified at this time, no. So the all-important victim wasn't seen at this mysterious club.
Oi, why aren't you asking Inspector Lestradia, eh?
So that's all I've got to work with. Gina's not holding back with that ice-cold stare of hers, is she? I really don't know what to make of all this. Lord Van Zeeks told us that he was investigating Inspector Gregson, but he never once mentioned that he met the inspector the day before the incident. You don't think Lord Van Zeeks could have been lying to us, do you? That's not the only way to explain this. Oh! If everything Lord Van Zeeks has told us is true, then there must be a mistake in this testimony somewhere. You mean there are details we've yet to uncover? Exactly. We have got to present something. A clue, perhaps, that even Gina hasn't noticed. That's where we should be looking here. Okay. In theory, we should have it be the name of the club. I think, wasn't this the first time that we've seen anything about the club? He was in France yesterday. So was there information on here? Oh, this is tough. It's been it's been almost a week since we last played, so I forgot all of the things that we have. Okay. I'm not gonna present anything on this one. That's the autopsy. We didn't really find anything other than the passport in here. That's the last will and testament for 10 years ago. Dun, 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 dun. It has to be this, though. It has to be this that we have to present something on. Gonna happen at a gentleman's club named the Grouse. Just shows the lucky charm. It's like, I need help. I need to get my teacher friend to make me a chatbot model that's AI alignment matches my personality more and have it feed the text into an AI model so that there's 2 rockets. My goodness. That'd be wild. Was there anything like on the notice board? I don't think so. There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here. I think this piece of evidence would be too vague. Oh, maybe let me look at the thing for the redhead event, maybe. Browning with age. Out of interest, the most recent things appear to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same Redheaded League advertisement that Mr. Sholmes had pointed out. And do you remember there was a red hairpiece at the scene too? Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the Redheaded League then? Okay. So not that. Yeah, that's at a park, so it's nothing for the... I can't believe I'm at the first I'm at the first question. It's like, I don't know what I'm doing. Because there was something close. Apparently my brain was not in a puzzle game mood this morning, so I gotta warm it up a little bit. Letter of introduction. Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Grouse, first class cabin 001. Yokohama departure 11th of September. London arrival 1st of November. Ah, that's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku came on from Japan, isn't it? Yes, I think it called at Dunkirk at the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. To think that it's been almost a year since we arrived in the Dover on SS Bruria. It seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento for your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. And I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? Okay. So now we got what we need to be able to present this. I've read about those clubs that exist here in Britain. As I understand it, they're places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted. Seriously, is your mirror cracked or something? Do we know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at a club called the Grouse? The police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definitive yet. And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't. What do you mean by that? I mean that the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on the 31st of October may not have been a gentleman's club at all. You're showing a very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force there, Counsel. If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it? A steamship. You think it's a ship? I have the evidence to prove it. Here. Let me see that. This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. The other side, my lord. Be more specific next time. Ah, this would appear to be a ticket for passage upon a steamship, yes. The SS Grouse. So there's a steamship named Grouse that happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there. How? Look at the ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port. The ship arrived on the port of Dover on the 1st of November. Ah! The day on which the sound like a gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. In other words, on the day in question here, the 31st of October, when the victim was on his clandestine mission. That ship hadn't yet docked on British shores. I can imagine Naruhodo being like, that's not the point. That would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging. The fact that the steamship hadn't yet arrived in Britain substantiates the defense's assertion that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the day in question. Then show your evidence for that assertion. Very well. In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to the court now. Evidence that substantiates your claim that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the 31st of October. Quite possibly his passport. Right? I think that's what it would be. Bam, bam. Ba-da-da-da-da. It's like, that's the thing that makes the most sense.
Take that!
Because he was traveling. What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim? Dated the 31st of October. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that one day before the inspector's body was discovered. There's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country. Order, order! This document is for passage to France. It does appear to have been officially authorized the day before the SS Grouse arrived in Dover. It docked at the northern coast of France for a night. According to my father, who was on board, at the port of Dunkirk. Dunkirk, France. What could possibly have taken the victim there? Was it you? I'm impressed, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport. What? You mean, you knew about this? The prosecution strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations, and the line the prosecution has been asked to follow. But personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecutor's office is trying to hide something. What? And now that you've expertly disproven this assertion, I keep trying to say assertion. I don't know why. I intend to reveal what I believe that something to be. What are you playing at, Prosecutor Asogi? A courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all of the facts without exception. Let me guess. This was your intention from the outset, wasn't it? The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. The Reaper? Oh, geez, oh man. Oh gosh. Order, order. What on earth are you saying, counsel? The prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that. What? Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was, in fact, acting for the Reaper. So, you're saying the mission he was undertaking was, obviously, an assassination. Barrick von Zeeks never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast-iron alibi. Which tells us that he must have had an accomplice. And you claim that was Inspector Gregson?
Well, what the hell do you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never have done nothing like that.
And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense.
No, it can't be. We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? That Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper.
The voice mod TikTok is concerning me, oh no. I guess you'll end up sending it to me because I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Even so, there's no way that the person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zeeks. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. Beric von Zieks is not the Reaper. A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man. And even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, the suggestion that he went above or aboard the SS Grouse on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all. It's kind of bad. Oh no. Oh, you have some solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, Counsel? Absolutely. It's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku were on that very ship. If someone had been assassinated, I'm certain we would have heard about it. What's so funny? You're right, of course. No suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. But I think perhaps you've missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did board the SS Grouse that night with the intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure. Failure? It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. What are you talking about? What detail? Inspector Gina Lestrade.
What?
The victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier, that doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey.
You're lying. Even if all them bludgers what got taken out at it in common, the boss weren't the Reaper. Poor Gina.
There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. You may just be an apprentice, but if you spent any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard rumors.
I ain't heard nothing, and I don't believe a word of it.
Then testify again. As a representative of Scotland Yard, consider it your chance to defend your boss. I don't... I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Miss Lestrade, you will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook.
Yeah, this notebook does have a lot of stuff about what the Reaper got up to these past 10 years. Names of victims, places and dates and all stuff. The last entry in there was the 31st of October. It said grouse for the place on the day and then the name of the mark. There was a note about him being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something. But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. It was just investigating the Reaper, that's all.
Keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We inquire only established fact here. This must be so hard for her. You can't deny it now, surely. Ryonosuke Naruhodo. What can't I deny? The notebook that contained the name of the final mark and the location where the assassination would take place. That's information that the victim could only have known if he was working with the Reaper. So, who was to be this final mark? Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade. Read the name for the court. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the grouse on the 31st of October.
How do you read this then?
Reading's still not her strong suit.
That ain't the problem, alright, Odo. It's a funny name. It ain't English. It's hard to read.
So it's someone from overseas?
Let me have a bash at it. Is it? Yeah, Seishido. Jigokyu, maybe?
What? It can't be. Seishiro Jigoku? But that's George Jigoku. Seishiro Jigoku. Surely not an English name, you're right. But that can't be right. I know Judge Goku. I saw him the day before yesterday here in London. I know for a fact that the man hasn't been assassinated. Oh, I don't know why it didn't show up in the thing, but thank you for subscribing, Snowy. There it is. It took a second.
Yeah, thank you for the sub, Snowy. Hopefully you enjoy the emotes that you get.
As I said, the Reaper failed. Oh. Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and returned...
Majima!
and returned to British shores. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake, so he killed the inspector. Personally. We more so did it because it got 7 ads and they were all the same. Wait, there's mid-rolls? Mid-rolls are not supposed to be a thing here. Or did you leave and come back? But were they mid-rolls? If they were mid-rolls, I'm gonna see if I can fix that, like, immediately. Because I shouldn't have mid-rolls. Left and returned, okay. I was like, Twitch better not have reset and gave me mid-rolls. I would kick their butt. Let's see. Okay, the Reaper, of course, being the accused, Baron von Zeeks. It's an undeniably logical argument. Kazuma, you planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you? Huh? Eh? Oh my gosh. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice whilst I stand accused of murder. Lord Van Zeeks! The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You will return to the dock. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. It's the task of this court to decide. But there is one thing I can say unequivocally. That girl is no detective.
Well, now that's right, I ain't. I'm an inspector.
They were all for a cruise liner, right? How did he get wine? I don't know. He has it in his pocket. He always has his wine. His wine and his hallowed chalice. Repeating rumors heard around the yard. Reading entries from a notebook from an unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony. That's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you've clearly planned. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper, who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself. By attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for a testimony. What did you say?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is our chance.
My lord, the defense requests that the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information relating to the testimony but just given by the witness. Welcome to the Disney cruise. There's more old people here because it's cheaper and far better than a retirement home. Oh no. Very well. I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination. Then allow me to toast the court's impartiality. Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counsel for the defense, begin the cross-examination immediately. At once, my lord. Did you say this? Okay. Okay. There was just so much that happened. In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper.
Not you and all. That ain't the only explanation, is it? He could have been instructing the Reaper in secret in that notebook say what he found out.
If I may. When originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believed the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. But you carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes. And those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper.
One arm? What are you on about?
The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization. With you at its head? I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I'd been able to check the most recent entry in this book. I knew the location. You knew it said grouse? Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate. Alone.
Ah, so that explains why several members of the club claimed to have seen you there.
But of course, the inspector was not there. Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked for on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found on the victim's metal trunk. Very well then. Back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook.
Fine. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago.
Oh, no, it's all right. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? That there's a ship and a gentleman's club both named Grouse?
Hold it!
Sorry, I'm doing a little stretch. Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff. What in particular?
Well, besides the victims' names, this other name kept cropping up.
What other name was that?
It's the one I told you yesterday, the same name, written all over and over again.
You mean... Assassin?
Yeah, that's the one. She's been yours or something, isn't she?
Were you even listening yesterday? Assassin. The assassin.
What? Like, a killer, you mean?
Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable, and who would use them to get at them. But the person actually executing his plans was someone else, you're saying? If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organization group of vigilantes. Then perhaps what it said on the passport document, permission for the application and one additional person to travel. Could that additional person have been clearly the assassin, who was meant to take Seishiro Jigoku's life? Gina, can you confirm that? Against the final entry that listed Grouse and Seishiro Jigoku, what name was written?
Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it, as it happens.
What?
It just had like a question mark or something there, I think. Hello, Mel, how you doing?
In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not?
Oh, how infuriating.
A nameless assassin.
Said Grouse for the place on that date, and then the name of the mark. There was a note about him being a criminal. Got away. Wait, why am I doing this like this? I got really confused.
And you're saying that the mark listed was Seishiro Jigoku?
That's what I said. Funny name, if you ask me. And I thought your name was odd.
So pleased to have lost my crown there. Gentlemen's Club around this time was more or less a giant sitting room with lots of chairs, ashtrays, and cigars, yeah. Maybe a bar, but mostly just a sitting room, yeah. Not one of today's gentlemen's clubs. Doing pretty okay, been dealing with dizziness and nausea on and off. Oh no, hopefully it passes soon. Also, I'm thinking I might have to get up and like light a candle. There's like... I don't want to say that I know the source of the smell, but it may or may not be. VODs. Mr. Jikoku is presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature. I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago. Studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say. So Lord Strongheart was Judge Shigoku's mentor. If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now. 10 years ago, after that fateful case. Precisely. In the aftermath of the professor's case, his reputation, no, that's not reputation. Reparation was organized immediately. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook.
I didn't think it was possible, but the mutiny has got even worse now. Maybe I just need to keep talking.
Okay, I'm gonna get up real quick and light a candle.
It's stinky in this house today. I'll be right back. I'm not even muting. Don't cause any trouble while I'm gone. I'm only gonna be gone for like a few seconds. I almost couldn't find the lighter.
Okay, you might hear a buzzing noise. Ah! Okay, yeah, feel free to hit me while I'm gone. I'm lighting a fire. There we go. Okay.
Wait.
Okay, because yeah, I knew
if I wasn't gonna light a candle, I would be distracted
by a smell for like all stream. Going to start trouble. No! Just blowing yourself up.
Hold it!
Okay, sorry about that.
What do you mean a criminal? Judge Jigoku is no criminal.
Why don't ask me? I don't know nothing about it. I don't even know how to say his name.
Oh, do you remember what Father told us? That Judge Jigoku did once appear in court here in Britain. It was related to the professor case, I'm sure. Yes, of course, you're right. They don't call me Rocket for nothing, fair enough. I don't know where to put this slider now. I'll just put it.
No! Okay, I'm sorry.
Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. It was a pitiful situation, yes. I'd forgotten all about it. But I prosecuted that trial too, as it so happens. You did? It was considered to be an adjunct to the professor's proceedings, you see. Don't pop at me, Candle. But he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to the stand. And there you have it. Have what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike. Ah! What? No! Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Gyoku was targeted for assassination? The man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindicative the Reaper is. Come on, that's absurd! To take someone's life for that? Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd, killing those who have been found innocent? Clearly, the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension. But...
Objection! Right, I've had just about enough of this.
Gina?
All this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people, it's clobbers. Come on, Odo.
Yes?
Why aren't you saying nothing?
What
Why aren't you yelling out objection or something?
What?
You gotta find a flaw. You do usually. Someone's lying here, no question. You've got to work out who it is. Please. For the balls.
In another big storm? Oh no, be safe, Rocket! That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective. When this trial is over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Miss Lestrade. Is that clear?
I've had it with the lot of you. It's like every bean plays to look in this world, isn't it? I've had enough. Gina.
So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I made up my mind.
To do what, Mr. Nuttaholdo?
There was one point in this cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd.
Oh, do you mean...
I'm not going to let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears. Strongheart is a better detective than you'll ever be. Oh no! Let's look here again. Yeah, so they would have already been on the boat. Y'all got that background. Oh, baby. Just imagine we just like press this. Like, what does this give us? I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. What do you mean? Amongst everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency. What? An inconsistency?
Really, Odo?
I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by... Oh. Heck. An inconsistency... would have been somebody that's here. I want to say it's either Zeke's or Strongheart. But like, I don't know. We did just save, so I guess Strong or Zeke's? Of course. By you, Lord Van Zeeks. Me? What? Your face has turned ashen. How could he know? Is that what you're thinking? If my face has turned ashen, it's because I'm thinking, how could he? I don't know where you're going with this, but maybe the evidence you're obviously about to show the court will clarify. In that case, the defense will present evidence to substantiate its claim. To which piece of evidence does this alleged inconsistency relate? I don't know, I'm just kind of guessing. Like, I don't even know what statement I'm questioning you on. Bald, I've been bald. One inconsistency struck out. You're really a blonde. You're not really a blonde. You're a blonde. I don't know. I don't know what I'm claiming here. Yeah, take something that's not right. I had hoped not to present this evidence, but you leave me no choice. What do you say to this, Lord Van Zeeks? Okay, yeah, I did do this wrong. But let's see how this plays out. Your feelings were correct. Presenting that evidence was a mistake. I suggest you withdraw it. Sorry? Good advice. Because you've turned decidedly ashen. Ah! I only hope the Reaper doesn't hold that against you. Ugh, fingers crossed. I think this line of argument has run its course. I suggest you learn from your mistakes before you make a fatal one in the eyes of the Reaper. I'd better listen very carefully to the testimony again. So that's what we have to work with. It may help us that Lord Van Zeeks is in the stand, too. Yes, perhaps. I'm sure Gina knows nothing she hasn't already told us. There's no point trying to get more out of her. Did you notice how Kazuma-sama reacted to Lord Van Zeeks' words? When he called him an even more sinister Reaper, you mean? Well, I'm sure Kazuma intends to eliminate any shred of doubt that the man is guilty. He's looking for revenge against the person he considers to be his father's killer, after all. I do worry that if we fail to find a discrepancy in this testimony somewhere, the trial may end, and adjudication won't go in our favor. Let's listen carefully again to what everybody is saying. Okay. Pardon me. Pardon me. I'm so yawny. Whoops. Nope, I don't have anything to present. I have to press this again. I find it interesting that, like, being wrong about this didn't, like, have any negative repercussions. Like, it has the thing show up as if there is going to be negative repercussions.
Take that!
Haha! By you, Kazuma Asogi. Me? Is this some attempt to filibustering, counsel? Prosecutor Asogi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? You let something slip that you shouldn't have. When I present the relevant evidence, or the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you realize what you've done. Very well then, counsel. Go ahead. What evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency in something Professor Asogi has said?
Let me just double check.
I'm totally not looking at answers.
Take that!
I'm totally not looking at answers because I don't know what I'm doing. This is a trunk that belongs to Inspector Gregson. A metal construction, is it? It's certainly very heavy. What's this? A blood stain? A relatively fresh one, too.
What? You mean that ain't grease from all the boss's fish and chips?
Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in the Scotland Yard's report. Yes, there's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it.
But I found it, me, with me nose for trouble.
Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. Suspiciously quiet. And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Ah. So the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? That's true. We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport? There's different kinds of trunks, but you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. On the 31st of October, where exactly were you? At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Grouse. Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryonosuke? Kazuma, what did you... He was on the ship. I hadn't considered the possibility before, but if Kazuma was there on the ship, then it could only have been for one purpose. Oh no, Mr. Naruhodo, surely you don't think... Come on, Ryonosuke, you know the rules. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. Huh? As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So, as it stands, you've proven nothing. Kazuma, are you challenging me to prove it? Beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were there that day, in the same place as the inspector? He was there? With Gregson? There's a clue that you've overlooked, a secret that trunk can tell us. I can't be sure at this point. I'll need to testify it, but I have a nasty feeling that I'm going to be right. The accusation being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless, we must test it. The defense will identify for the court where in the trunk this alleged clue is to be found. Where is the evidence that ties Professor Asogi to the Inspector Gregson? Okay. Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind it. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made this gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. Let's see. Let's have a look inside. Do you see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting. It looks like a fragment of metal of some sort, but it's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it. Ooh. Well, don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think. Okay.
Got it.
Got it.
There's this... Oh, you can hear the vacuum sounds? No. I was hoping that it was quiet enough. I'm sorry. There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here, like the tip of a blade.
A blade?
There's always something going on in my background nowadays. I don't know why. Kazuma, slung around your waist as ever today, is the esteemed blade Karuma. Of course it is. Won't you draw it? Here in this courtroom. For all to see. It's harder when there's no background music. Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. That's what happens when you go full-time, I guess, but still. Bailiff, watch Prosecutor Asogi like a hawk. That won't be necessary. Your blade! Oh gosh! Who could have seen this coming? Oh no! The tip. It's broken. if the fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, the question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed. Kazuma Asogi. Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you, and well-deserved. Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Asogi? Yes. On the 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk. Okay, it sounds like it's done now. In order to carry out a mission. So the additional person authorized to travel was me. And the mission was the assassination of that mark. What? Well, the first time the lawyer is the murderer, right? Well, it's the prosecutor. I think, well, it's not the first time, because, what was it? The first Von Karma, what was her name? The guy Von Karma, he was a murderer, I think. You mean, you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Jigoku? Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one. Explain. I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk. But I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. You were never going to do it? We can believe Kazuma-sama. I'm sure. After all, Judge Jigoku arrived safely in London the following day. First time in the Great Ace timeline. I guess so, yeah, as the finale piece. On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. But also, this is like the first little section of the last chapter, so I'm sure it's gonna twist. I mean, I'm pretty sure by the end of this trial, it's gonna be like, yeah, Lord Strongheart did it. That's what it wants us to think. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded the SS Grouse and made for a cabin deck, as indicated in the plan. You went to Judge Jigoku's cabin? Right, he's extremely suspicious considering so much is connected to him. Exactly. He wasn't there, though. We decided to wait, but... Well, you've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town, and returned to England the following morning. A boarding house? In Dunkirk? My signature will be in the register book. It would be simple enough to verify. Then, what became of Jigoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure. He's still guilty for conspiracy to murder. I guess so, but he had no intention to. It's like how I told the drow lady in the goblin camp. It's like, oh yeah, I'll help you attack the grove. But I'm not going to unless it forces me into it, which I really hope that it doesn't, because I don't remember when I did that. It's been like probably a week or so. Causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger and end his wretched agent's life. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder. But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk? I don't need to answer that. The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case. And accordingly, I chose to exercise my right to silence on the matter. Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. As you wish, my lord. Okay. Kadama is evidence now. We must take immediate action now to verify whether Seshiro Jigoku remains unharmed. What? Remains unharmed? Let me look at the sword while we're wondering about that. My goodness. Let me see. What do we got here? Kadama, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it at it for hours. I don't know if the tip actually matches. The tip of the great sword, broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Kadama's sobs. Kadama must have really taken a swing for that to happen. See, I don't know if the tip of the sword really matches. 'Cause it's a darker color of what's in the trunk, I think. Or actually, I think this is a smaller piece than what's in the trunk. Let me see. There's not really a way of getting it out. No, maybe it's the right amount. I don't know, though. The tip of Kadama. So this is how it was broken. Kazuma's swordsmanship is second to none. Can't believe he misjudged it like that. Clearly, he wasn't in his right mind. He didn't have full control of the power of a stroke, too distracted by malicious thoughts, perhaps. Well, that wouldn't be surprising. After all, he was on an assassination mission. I don't know why I said mission instead of mission. Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. For a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have— Why is it acting as if we haven't seen this before? That was the same dialogue as before. Oh well, okay. I agree. That should be our first priority. It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. How did you— Mission unlikely. When a foreign dignitary invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say that you think Judge Jigoku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassination at its disposal, and he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you. Order! Order in the court! Order! We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now? Guests of this symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst. Oh no, not Judge Jigoku! No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who'd only just arrived in the country. Except, that is, for the Reaper, wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake— my lord? I sincerely hope you are successful. If we're unable to confirm Judge Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties. Court is adjourned for 30 minutes. Okay. I was like, are we already in it to be continued? Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassination. I feel as though I'm in a nightmare. I can hardly believe it either. But on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. If something awful has happened to Judge Jigoku, then I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. I felt it from the moment I stepped into the courtroom this morning, especially with the different music. That strange sensation that we were careering towards a foregone conclusion. I really can't read today, what the heck? Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options. Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last ear. Of course! The little Mr. Sholmes doll that Iris gave us. It's like, is that gonna summon him?
If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can.
Just... Perhaps now is the time. What should I do? Pull Hurley's ears? Or not? Pull it! Here goes then. I'm going to do it.
Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo.
No looking back. Hee! Ow! That scream sounded like Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes? Where are you? Here, my dear fellow, here. It's the felt doll talking. Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can. All right then, I'll pull with all my strength into it. Eve! Ow! Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ears off. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Myself and my trusty partner are presently in the first-class cabin area of the SS Grouse. The SS Grouse? She left Dover last night after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. We are currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour. You've taken a ship to France? Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we arrived by cab to station by train to the port. In order to board this vessel in time. So you mean you've already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place? Mr. Naruhodo, pray what is my name? Herlock Sholmes, world-famous great detective. Recited to perfection. Well done. You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes. That's the only word for it. Ow, 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 ow. Miss Susato, gently with this genius ear, please. Oh my, I'm ever so sorry.
If I may, Sholmes.
Ah, there you are, Mikotoba. Or, you may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grove. At Scotland Yard yesterday, when we examined that notebook and I recalled my steamship ticket. But of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our court-bound companions under my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? We've just entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. And if we're unable to present any new leads, then I'm afraid to say... Do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt that we shall welcome news from you within the half hour. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful. Until later, then. Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first. Ow, 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 ow. I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion. Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operated in that way in the first place, Sholmes? Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine. Whilst I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes, we have but half that now before the grouse puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long. There are times, Mikotoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin. Oh, you don't have the markers on your face anymore. First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. But I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. That crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow. Why you are loitering here? Who are you? My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous great detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you? Do not recognize world-traveling sailor. Why does it have Shulms on arm? Do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor Chinkin Stroganov when you see... Wait, this is a brother. I think this is the brother. I know it was beef stroganoff and this is chicken stroganoff. Great detective? Huh? I don't think so, no. Do you see that, Mikotoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that a tattoo that says Sholmes? I must say, whilst such admiration is flattering naturally, it does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave now. How distressing my loyal devotee knows me only by my name and not my appearance. And yet, I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he is a shipman, currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. How could you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikotoba. I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name Jigoku. There is no one by this name on board. But we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. Ah, you mean Eastern man. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at the Dunkirk, he said something about the emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? So Shishido's realized that we're after him, has he? What? His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. No, I have orders not to let even mouse inside. Mikotoba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse so that he leaves the area. Doesn't great detective see that even sailors have ears, both left and right? Curses! The plan was ruined! And you have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it. Cabin door is locked. Even if I am not here, you cannot get inside. Mikotoba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock? Within a mere 5 seconds. So if you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner. How could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? So I need to distract this burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Good man. So, the game is afoot. Something about the mousetrap, maybe? This must be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract the crewman's attention with this somehow. I'll try it.
Choo-choo!
That sounds like Big Mouse and Trap.
Choo-choo!
I will bring bucket of water later and put out the misery. I don't like the sound of that. In any case, my dear fellow, that was quite unconvincing. Only Japanese mice make a choo sound. Oh, really, Sholmes? And pray tell, what do Russian mice make? Pee-pee, naturally. Though also quite unconvincing, I readily admit. So go ahead, Mikotoba, do a pee-pee this time. No thank you, I'm sure I can come up with an alternative solution. Okay, maybe the alarm. This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if this thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. Do it! Here goes then. Pardon me in advance. You! What are you doing? If we were at sea, it would be a very bad problem. What's going down on there? Seaman Stroganoff. Repeat at once. Sorry, sir. Nothing to report. It was just a stupid trick. No, not by me. My world frame is... No, as I told you. Now, Sholmes, now. Done. Not even 5 seconds, eh? Well, don't stand there gulping at my brilliance. Mikoto-wa, let's go. In we go. Oh, yes. Just bum rush the door, lock it behind us. Okay. Interesting. Good gracious. It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. Those clothes on the floor there. They're Seshido's without question. Well, it seems we were just a little too late. Yes, by about 2 hours. Still, whilst we are here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. But that burly crewman may return at any moment, Sholmes. Indeed, he may. Which makes this all the more thrilling. Okay, so first things first, I want to investigate this thing. There's a speaking tube here, look. Though it's been stoppered with some cloth. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose. Or indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere. That's a good point. Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think? Man, I really need to get a mic that doesn't pick up as many background noises. Either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from entering. That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? Let's see. Are XLRs, I know they're a popular one. Are they good for, like, not getting background noise? Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here, how it... Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off. Ice, Mikoto, ice! What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy. Chilled drinks. I just use a noise gate, no BS? Maybe. I feel like the last time I tried a noise gate, would it be open threshold that I would have to change? Or would it be closed threshold? I'm not 100% sure. I do actually have one, it's just very minimal. What would be a good mount to mute out a shower? Anyway, while it's kind of quieted down. Pardon? Could it be that this steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think? Well, it is a luxury liner after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. I'm so glad I lit a candle. It's smelly. Oh gosh. The bad smell is replaced with a different bad smell, but it's the clean bad smell.
Oh gosh, my senses are being assaulted.
On a voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Mikoto-ba, the sight of you is making my mouth water. Haven't I sent you an Amazon page for my mic? I don't think so, unless I forgot. I was wrong, it's noise suppression rather than noise gate. Still enough to catch the honking horns from the parking lot next to my bedroom. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, right now I just have noise gate and compressor. I guess for most of the settings I would have to figure that out on stream. Or not on stream, off stream. And just like record the different settings and see what goes on. But I guess I can only do that if there's like noise actively happening in my background, huh?
Thank you for the look, Lisa.
I haven't... Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Let me get my candle closer to me so that way I don't smell the bleach that's happening in the house. Okay, I got a good sniff of it. I haven't taken to the flavor of the food I ate, you know? Okay, So we know that he blocked this up, and there's weird ice. There's weird ice going on. According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Asogi's wardrobe. Indeed he was, and it was for a similar size to this one. Easy enough to just stop talking for a bit and see if OBS or whatever software picks up any noises on the mic, watch the levels, you know, yeah. It's just a thing of like, well, I don't know. I don't know. Because I don't know what settings to set it up for. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow. What? Whatever for? It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, in you go, this will only take a moment. Really, Shun, surely you could just tell me what you said. Well, I uttered some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer. I think I'll just read about it in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Man, I wanted to open the thing. Because I thought maybe there would be like ice residue. Okay. This is the waste paper basket, look. And there's still some rubbish inside. Indeed, then let us pry. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets. I surely hope only for your work. Ah! Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago? The night before we arrived in London, then. When I was still aboard myself. Evacuation drill notice. Following departure of the... Ah, yes, there was an evacuation drill. I remember now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew, so it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. Very interesting. Okay, maybe there's some ice residue in here. It's a very sizable trunk indeed. Seishido is partial to all things large. And a rather clumsy fellow if he failed to notice he'd left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to a speedy escape. Pity, it's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now, the situation will be quite different, though. Sadly not. It was a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present. There's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirts, and dressing gown, momohiki work trousers, a tanzen robe, and haramaki waistband. Clearly the clothing of a Japanese man. And clearly, Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe. It looks to me as if they've been thrown in a heap like that in something of a hurry. Indeed, you could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps. I'm sure you made mention of packing too few. I'd very likely drown in one of Seishido's shirts. No, I'll just buy any extras I need, I think. Interesting that this got moved over here. These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabin. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and or travel cases. They had to make a new rule. I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you? You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though, a trifle. And you know what I always say, Mikoto-ba? There is nothing important about trifles. It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. I sent you audio interface I use. It has some problems, but if I can run multiple fans in a portable AC unit, then I come through crystal clear. Maybe. Let's see. I'll pull that up when there's more sound. The wall is slightly different color just here, do you see? Indeed. What you have observed arises when the frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. Now there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure. It's on the bit more expensive side, but it's worth it. Ah, okay. So not just settings, but for... Okay. Might look into that. He may be very well... Or may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries as of late. They stole the Mona Lisa to eat it. I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere. Whatever could it be? Oh, hi. You are still here? We did not lock the door behind us? I'm hungry, but I don't know what to eat. Oh no. Do you have like ramen or SpaghettiOs or like some rice? I've gotten really into like having heckin'. I've gotten into the habit of having rice for like the midday or like midstream food, because it's really easy. I can just get it ready while I'm getting food before a stream ready, and then it's already cooked by the time I take my break, and it's really good. I got some new rice too, and it's really nice and fluffy. It's nishiki rice. It's very good. It's very yummy. My goodness, that is. Oh gosh, that is expensive. But maybe an investment. Cause yeah, that's actually probably better than the one that I have. The one that I have is just very basic. It's just like, is it loud or is it not? Lentils and brown rice with green beans and carrots is my substance meal. That does sound good though. Abel Seaman Stroganoff, hello again. I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. You are waiting for me? Of course, I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner. I was in trouble with Captain because of a trick you played before. Poor innocent chicken. But I do have ramen and SpaghettiOs, but but like I am having struggles. Oh no. Hopefully you're able to make some soon, cause yeah, I know like being in a mood definitely definitely doesn't help with like executive functions sometimes. It has a built-in noise gate and multiple other features that'll make setup Eastern. Yeah, I imagine that would be actually easier, because the one that I have, what do I have? I think it just has gain, is like the only settings on it. I think it's technically supposed to be used with like instruments. Yeah, it's mic / line gain 1, and then 2, and then output. It's very baseline and probably not what I'm supposed to have. It is all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off, now. Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first, there is something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally. The debunking of your deceit and the barring of the truth. Kakoi? I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce that. I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not yet left this vessel at all. And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff. You know exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you? How can you... Good gracious, Sholmes, you mean you've worked it out? All of it? You can even Bluetooth your phone to it, but unfortunately any extra sound port will play through the mic, so don't connect your phone to it or use the soundboard to play copyrighted songs. That's interesting. That's weird that it plays through the mic, but I guess the way that it's connected to the PC, it makes sense. It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning? Nothing would please me more. What is this? We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Last time I connect my phone to it on stream OBS and my phone audio was my mic. Oh no. Mr. Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. Let me also remind myself of what I said before I said this. We have but minutes until no games now. Time is of the essence. That's what we said. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. That is what I said. Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Ah, yes, of course. I see you've noted it too, Mikotoba. Then please, do take the lead. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? Oh my gosh, thank you, it doesn't have me go through it twice. He's finally like, okay, I know we have to do this in like less than half an hour, so let us not dilly-dally. Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observation skills then, Mikotoba. It's been 10 years since we last did this, Shums, not 3. Why, of course it has, quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see, but as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe, and then the answers become clear. So, impress me. I think I can manage that. Quite possibly the ice. Whoops. That is not the button. There it is. Oh, look at him go! Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass. How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. Within this well-chilled glass in hand. Get your mind off the refreshments, Sholmes. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff? But why would Seishido run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins on the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku are accommodated on your voyage from Japan? That's right, they are. Why is the dead there and not the PC? I forgot his name. Oh, the dad is here because Naruhodo and Susato are in court at the moment. I don't know what the PC, I forgot his name thing is. Or I guess the player character, Naruhodo Ryonosuke. I was in the cabin next door, and Seishido was, yes. But still, my answer still stands. 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage. As I suspected, for you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. What traces? I know nothing about this. This is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff? Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity, something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice. Something out of place in here. That's the key to this. That's the key to this, Miss Mikotoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite incongruous. I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotoba. No, quite. But life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. It's still wild that, like...
Take that!
So wait. So then who's the John H. Wilson that died in the beginning? Was he just like a false sign? Does he have no relation whatsoever? Because I don't think they've established that. They just established that, yep, this guy is Shom's partner and Iris's dad, and also Susato's dad. As the rules of passage in this frame here, they're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yeah, he was at... No, the guy in the beginning, not Shom's, but Susato's dad is also Iris's dad. So I'm just trying to think of, like, who was the relevancy for the guy that died? Yes, and I'm sure that you have already concluded. That frame was originally over there. The shape and size are a perfect match. Duh, you are right. When did the frame move? Hardly the most observant crewman, are you, Mr. Stroganoff? I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Grr. Oh dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve. So, Mikotoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall? A gunshot! That looks like a bullet hole. What? Who has been shooting walls? I see the projectile has been removed. Clearly, the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff. I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I try to protect a stranger? Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. A person Iris thought was Shom's partner was Susato's dad. The coroner was Iris's dad. The coroner was a lady? I'm talking about the guy that was invited to Japan and he was the first victim. Like, yes, it was brought up last chapter, but the coroner, heckin', the coroner before the lady one? Oh, is that what we established? That the... No! Was it? I forget. This is why I shouldn't have taken a week break. It was... I wanted to play Baldur's Gate and I forgot everything. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense as clearly shown by... I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes. Ah, my dear Mikotoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle, and I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I'd put a wager on it. So I'm to glare at the fellow from all sides? Well, I can certainly do that. I'm pretty sure it's the fact that Sholmes is written on his arm. I'm just gonna see... Oh. Oh, he was bribed.
Take that!
Yes, we took a week break, yeah. Because we finished last chapter... What was it? Wednesday? Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. It's almost too obvious for words. Quite the universal language of the world. Money. And I'd wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Seishiro Jigoku, yes? Gah! So, I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But... I believe you know, Mr. Stroganoff. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding at this precise moment in time. As always, Mikotoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in this burly fellow's armor. We need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. The slightest flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even with which is barely perceptible. You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man's turned his entire head. He turned part of his body, too. It's not exactly what you describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. We shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow. I thought we went from Great Ace straight to shrimping over the vampire. We did. No, I was saying we took a week break from this game, not from stream. I'm sure you know that I streamed 5 days in a row, and then on the last day I was like, you know what, 8-hour stream, and I was eepy. I was eepy before we even hit 8 hours. I was just like, and then I watched Peach play Baldur's Gate until like 3 in the morning. I was up way too late on Friday. No, that's what I'm questioning. I didn't realize we took a break from this game. Yeah, because we played it last week. We played it Monday, Tuesday, and then we finished the last chapter on Wednesday. Like the not the last chapter, but the previous chapter on Wednesday. And then we played for Baldur's Gate for like I think an hour and a half. I don't remember how much we got in there. And then we the vampire. And that was sus. Anyway.
Take that.
And then we played a little bit more of it on Thursday from what I remember. Yes, and then we did art on Friday. You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? The truth is, Seishiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. And if he still has a breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't even know the 7-digit code. The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. Of course. In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number from the lock. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganov. No, I know nothing about the combination codes. Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Now, Mikotoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk? How on earth do you expect me? It's a 7-digit number, remember? Quickly now, we have little time. Oh gosh. Let me look at the scene again, maybe. It's Q. Okay. So 5231045. Let's see. 310. Whoops. 45. Yeah? 523. Yeah.
Take that.
It's a reverse Danganronpa. That did it. It's open. You had to meddle, didn't you? Why are you all capsing me? You didn't even have the one in your code. Well, Eugen, you found me now. Seishiro. And so now we have a thing of a body can absolutely hide in that trunk. If he can fit in there, then anybody can fit in there. I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know. But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it. No, quite. I just wish it were some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many of your exploits. Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. The devil is in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion, who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour. I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor. Well, Seishiro, are you going to explain all this? You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey? Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might have very well be targeted again. So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it? I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you. It's somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist in some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket, and here I am. I have just seen for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So you've already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else taking this cabin and seeing the evidence. Is that it? Eugen, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 seconds, this ship will set off in its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. We have this, Seishiro. Take it. What is it? It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be. You came prepared then, Eugene. Come on, let's go. One moment. What is it, Mr. Sholmes? Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk, I found this rather fascinating trinket. What is it? Seishiro? I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea. By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. I want to look at it. Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France. Let me look at it. Let me look at it. Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. No, I can't look at the court record! Okay, that's fine. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. I want to look at it. I want to look at it because I think it goes to the case. I think the case has a false bottom. Just screams. Kazuma Asugi, I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. During the past 30 minutes while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. You must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict. No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryonosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. And there can only be one conclusion, that the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony? Far from it. There's still a crucial witness from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible.
The witness is already on his way, and scheduled to arrive tomorrow.
Who on earth is this crucial witness? Seishiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Jigoku? You found him? He was supposed to be dead! But the investigation of every policing resource in the capital suggests that Jigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man? He was located in France during the recess, at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes. And Inspector Gregson Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death, but because, along with Inspector Asogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate them. What escape room did you play if you think there's a false bottom? What's next? The rabbit was really in the magician's hat all along. I'm pretty sure there's a false bottom because there's a false bottom in one of his drawers that Gina brought up. So there might be a false bottom in the thing. Oh, do we have it in the court record actually already? We do. Let me look at it. Aw, man. I was hoping... Oh, no. Cause what I was thinking was like it would have went into this thing, cause it had a little X mark. There goes my theory, cause there's not really anywhere else one would do that, unless there's like a space inside. But I don't think so. Unless you, like, put it on one of the bottles, but, like, I don't know. Man, my theory! It's probably something for some kind of false bottom, but... Because I don't think I have actually what it would be put to. Which means that Seishiro Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st of October. That, or it's something with his, like, little cane thing. It could be something. I don't know. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to education at this point. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objection from either side. False bottom sounds like the name of... That could be fun. No, my lord. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day. By the skin of our teeth. And if I only went for like a few more minutes, it would have been like, this is a great time to take a break, but it's not. Because my rice is not gonna be done yet. I can't take a break and not have my food. So we gotta get into the court case. No, I just saved, it's okay. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. It's a great time to take a break and eat undercooked rice and dragon tail. No, not my tail! But no, like... Because I had it a delayed start, so it's only been cooking for like 20 minutes, so I think it's only like half done. Oh, look at the good food! We have returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikotowa and I know. You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So this prosecutor, Asogi, had put you in the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well... he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible to think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Need to stop eating the local needs to stop by the local pizza place and get myself more Crustos pizza. Oh, you know what I haven't had for a while? Those like little... I think it was like Pizza Hut or something like that. That had like the little pockets of cheese. Like it wasn't a stuffed crust, but it was like the pull apart things. I don't remember what it was called. Kazuma, yes, I'm Kazuma. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. When all this started, almost a year ago now. But I remember those being so good, and then like, our local Pizza Hut closed. I don't even know where the closest one is anymore. Just walked back in, welcome back, dragon, and saw that dead Japanese student. I mean, he's not dead, he's just unconscious. Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. Just thought we're still on that case? My goodness, right? We've been on this case for a year! About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's life. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Jigoku? We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikotoba. This must be quite a shock for him. Great timing, Xephoria isn't ready and I'm in the mood for Dragon Tail. No, don't eat my tail! Don't eat Dragon Bolt's tail either! I don't even know if Dragon has a tail. Ah, yes. I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. Why? Okay. The second I'm about to change settings, it stops. Okay. Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you've had a reply already? What was so urgent, though, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. That's a mood, though.
Well, that's great news because supper is ready, everyone.
Ah, and what a feast it is. If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. I don't even think you would have a good time with Bailey's tail. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding.
Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up.
In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well.
Oh, sorry, Hurley. Not there.
Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening?
Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy.
For me?
That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mikey.
I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you.
It's a shame, really.
What do you mean?
Well, for a brief moment I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean. Oh!
Well, about that, Tails just fluff with little meat, yeah.
Iris, do you mean... Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened in to the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left.
What? What? Oh no, Shums! The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father. So wait, what? Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I
know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
Oh, no, that's quite all right. Then why don't I get an apologetic pheasant? So just who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. But I want to know. So then, let us dine, while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious.
Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds.
This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan, and about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip by. I gotta eat this pheasant. Look at him just sulking. Just like, Let's see. Is it just him that we get to talk to? I'm just making sure that there's like nobody standing off to the side. Okay. Oh, why is that already checked off? That's kind of silly. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes.
Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy.
Even though I've played the role of father for you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes? Could I discuss something with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of the game. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-bum, bum 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 bum. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then? Ah, this. I thank my lucky stars it arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. What? Those 4 names. We've come across that same list before. They came up with that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. What crusade reverse dragon maid situation to start? You don't want to give up your tail, but I only want to eat it.
Don't eat my tail! Don't eat my tail!
What the heck, Cat? What do you mean? What crusade reverse? Crusade reverse? Okay, Asoge. So... But we didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. Cursed. Well, because the difference with that is that Toru wanted to give Kobayashi the tail to eat, and Kobayashi was like, no. I guess it is reversed. That you're wanting to eat my tail, and I'm like, no. No. So why are the names coming up again now? Yes! Where did the sender from your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes? I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from British dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names needed by tomorrow. Naruhodo. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you? And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand. Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to George. It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient. I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. Gee, I wonder what it could signify. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Okay, good that that's actually a piece of evidence. Dun, dun, dun-dun-dun, 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 dun-dun-dun. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Buria. It was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us, your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, I was most elated. All that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Miss Usato. And then I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Oh my, you mean... The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Oh wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely.
But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourself another suitable lawyer. So, you manipulated me? I have often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship would drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. Thank you for the stretch and hydrate, my dear Lisa. Hopefully your day is going good. I immediately forgot if I read this line. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it.
But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened that was treated by the authorities as murder?
Going good, lots of busy work today. Oh no!
Well, at least it's going good, though. I'm glad. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her?
Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. I seem to remember Miss Susato and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. I wonder if she made it to America then. Hopefully.
I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain?
The truth is, 12 moons ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see.
Oh!
An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand? We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. What do you know? What do you know? I can't just ask you, I just have to show you everything. Here's my badge. Mr. Sholmes, would you mind looking at this? This is hardly the time, Mr. Naruhodo, as I'm sure you will appreciate. Oh, no, of course not. My attention is entirely drawn to one singular matter now. The pheasant! Anyone would think you haven't eaten in weeks. Poor Sholmes. Okay, let's just show him everything. There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Shigoku's office that should be searched, so you obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found.
K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
But we only learned of those 4 names, just over 6 months ago now, and only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the time you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Here's my armband, which proves I'm a learned Nipponese fellow. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to revoke others for intercepting state secrets, because, after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs by knowing it.
Oh my, Mr. Sholmes! What a fabulous line!
Now, 1 month after that that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan. Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partially correct and partially mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us those 4 names and the tragedy to which they are all somehow connected. The way that you haven't connected it to the Reaper is quite honestly embarrassing, my friends. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names because, see, there was someone else on the list who I believe to be recently deceased. What? Who? A Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asashin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer as well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. Ah, Keasogi and T. Gregson. Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself, but I determined that it should be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. Ah, so that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Exactly. So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes. Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I'd recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Mr. Wilson's death, of course.
So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know.
Oh, Iris!
I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad.
I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you.
No.
But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis.
A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes. You mean about Asashin, I presume.
Oh, of course.
Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Jeziel Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow, but I only became aware of the fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel.
Ah.
And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I had formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. What? Topsy? It's like, what does topsy mean? Imagine. What do you mean when your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I believed all 4 names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Asashin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed. It would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Mr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front. Ah. Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Mr. Wilson was killed by assassin is because he was the target of an assassination. The 4 armed with an... It's okay. We're almost at a break. It's okay. And 4 armed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There is another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean... But of course, a name you know only too well. You mean Kazuma? Oh! He did say in court earlier today. Yes, on the 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. Okay, so maybe they weren't all the Reaper. But I don't know. Maybe. Maybe it's just the half of them. Young Mr. Osogi accepted that mission a year ago now.
Surely not.
In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say. Detailing an assassination exchange. An assassination exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have got involved in something like that? Let's assume that we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. I need to... I've been doing too many deep voices today. These two parties have made a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassination exchange.
So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange.
But what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassination at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by the consular jurisdiction. Oh, yes. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries, so the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels. Highest levels? Could it possibly be Strongheart behind everything? Oh, whoa! These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but a contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scene. That dissociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Kazuma was here for Gregson? So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the Mark?
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe.
Mr. Sholmes.
I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position, obviously, with a young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition, that he'd be transferring to Paris Police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems, and sadly, it turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in. Man, he could have been safe.
All right, everyone, that's quite enough of all this serious talk for one day. I'm already gonna have nightmares. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time.
Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember.
It is a little bit sad, though. I mean, I liked the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister.
I'm sorry, Iris. That would have been so cute. I'm really sad that it turned out to not be the case, unless it is going to turn out to be the case.
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh, yes, without question. So, You'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Runo to the floor? Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure.
You didn't have to agree quite so readily.
Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runo.
Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. You must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. That's so cute.
Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now. Because it's for my big brother and sister.
What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing for what?
You'll just have to wait and see.
Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point. Preparing for a new murder case, right? Exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Shigoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden, but at the same time, I felt sure I could see the light again somehow. Aww. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. That's so cute! That's so cute! That's so cute! Wait, we're already at a to be continued? That was half an hour. I mean, I guess it gives us... Okay, now is a good time to take a break, I guess. I was not expecting it to have that little break there. Okay. The game was like, okay, you gotta get some food in your tongue. Okay. So let me get the BRB screen ready. This is a good time to get up and stretch, get a snack, use the bathroom. Do anything that you gotta do in 10 minutes. If you don't have anything to do, at the very least get up and stretch your leggies. It's always it's always good. Even if it's not for too long. Even if if you're still cozy in bed, you can do a little big stretch. You don't even have to get up, you just get to do a little stretch. And then we'll be back in 10 minutes, okay? Okay. You're coming with us, Yuri. Get on the ground. Ooh. Fish and cheese. Perfect. Let me see. Cracked stone.
Something underneath here.
Is there? What? That was so sudden. Hey. Don't. Like, hey, Nightbot. No bully. You can bully other bots, but no bully friends. Whoops.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Psych! Oh my gosh! Oh my god! My goodness! It really is a money fight! Case solved or not? What just happened? Ow. Ow. Okay.
We'll do this one. Oh, Lion! Lion, my goodness!
You. Words cannot describe how thankful I am, but also, like, you keep jump scaring me with money. But thank you so. Oh no, no, I'm being scanned again. No! Ah! Oh no. I have become chunk.
Would you like me to say that I'm proud of you, Rocket? Is that what you would like? Do we want to have the other in this voice? I will attempt. Anna. Wait, I can do that better. Anna.
For you.
I don't know.
Well, okay, then, Akechi.
Okay.
I never had the feels for him, even though, like,
Neither did
his
I.
character type would be.
Okay. The looks I definitely see. It seems like you're fit.
Well, no, like the unhingedness at the end.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
But like, it never.
he was so annoying.
That's valid, actually. That's valid.
The power of the Kirby. Fire!
It has us roll down there because the pathway is too small for us to get through again. That cat's being carried by a crow. I'll save you. Oh jeez. Oh no. Oh no. I'm stuck. No. No. Get me out of here. No. Okay, I'm gonna go this way. Bye. Yeah, Sans over here is just like hydrate all of the times.
I know!
I'm not gonna zoom it! There we go. There.
One shot, one kill. Why are my frames dropping?
I have this sort in H manga aimed at girls too. Excuse me? Don't bring porn in here! Take them away! Go home! Ow, 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 ow. Bah. Nah. Nah. Got the path of potassium. Oh no, I missed one! Bah. Nah. Nah. I'm looking like Banana Man over here. Oh jeez. Oh jeez, where am I? What?
Where did the pearl come from?
The sky is Wendy's. Our dad just called us a loser. What the heck, Dad? Why would you bully us, your son, like this? Buh. Okay. Okay, time. Wait, what? My goodness. I mean, I would spoil Astarion. Oh jeez.
No, 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 no. Thank you. I cannot see. Was this not the way? It was not. It was this way. Oh jeez.
There's no way to dodge you. So many of you look at me immediately. There's too many eyeballs there. Oh, feet. Get me out of here. I don't want Twitch to be mad at me. Satoko would definitely get attacked by a crowd of weirdo bullies and abused to death. I don't want that. Oh, she cries again. Get your peepus out of here. Oh, jeez.
Mr. Dio told me to pick Betray so that we could get 3 points.
Mr. Dio sucks, right? Don't you hate him? Don't you want to just beat him up? Don't you want to call him a... Don't you, Mrs. Luna?
He said we could escape together.
Oh my gosh, these mice. Okay, fine, I'll go up here then. Ah, no! Okay. This is about to be like, Dad, I'm stuck. Say cheese. Ah! Oh gosh, we got a tiny face. We got a tiny face. Just ha! Don't break the window. The AC is on, and she's listening to her favorite music. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, my water bottle is down here.
Let's do this.
No.
Let
No.
me show you my real.
No. No. You stay right there. Maybe I'll do that so it doesn't do the little trailer thing. I need... No, it needs to be higher pitch. Probably not. Among Us. But I hope you guys all have a good Christmas. You better have a good Christmas. You know? This is the first time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Oh my gosh, psych. And we're back. Hopefully everybody had a good break. I looked at what Rocket said on on the character that is sane, kind, and in no way murderous, and it's just like I was gonna say something about Karlak, but I don't think she's all three. I think there's one of the things that doesn't match because she's kind. I mean, she's not too insane. She does go wild. I don't know if that would count, but like, no way murderous. That doesn't really. I mean, she has a reason to it. I don't know. I feel like Karlak might be the closest. I mean. Would Lulu from Final Fantasy count? I don't know. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. After this trial ends, I'm going to kill everyone. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation with the well-known Reaper is actually an organization legally executing its own brand of justice. Oh yeah, he's judging. I don't know why the regular judge is gone. We know why Jigoku is missing, but we don't know why the judge that is usually here is gone. Nobody's explained it. Other than just like, I will be foreseeing this. And the discovery that was a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, You will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, yes. That's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as a prosecutor? I mean, who else is going to be prosecuting this trial, honestly? Let's see. He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You can let me off scot-free for a day. You did what? You can do that? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. I didn't plan to murder anyone. Right, whoops. Accidentally. Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest that you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Why do you... what? Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into some very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. I guess. Yes, my lord. Imagine if he was just like, absolutely not, my lord. You. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in succession again. We resume the closed hearing of Barrick von Zeeks. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well, then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last, then. We've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryonosuke, it's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Huh. So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena. I did what was necessary. Well, look at what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. You can't tell me what to do. I'm more of a judge than you are. Dragon Burgers. What? Did you kill Dragon Ball Rocket? My goodness. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, the Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Hope not, I made some up for them, oh no. Well then, where did you get the dragon parts for your burgers? Where did you get them? I'm of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Haha, it was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Got them legally, illegally. I was at the wed market. The wed market. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I swam. I declined to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I was there killing someone else unrelated to this case. I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right, and you, Judge Shigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Yeah, it's called the wet market because everything is so fresh, the floor is wet. Ew! Well, Ryonosuke, I see the look in your eyes. That you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Actually, no, I would rather just go home and play. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? The telegram, maybe? That makes the most sense. Yeah. It's like, I don't know what else it would be. This is a telegram detailing the communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: Kei Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You little... Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's all this about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. Kei Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Jeziel Brett, but her real name was Assassin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim, J. Wilson. And the murder that took place here in London was the counterpart of the crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police officer Tobias Gregson. Kei Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. The yet market is Finn as long as you don't pass to the 3rd room. I'm so concerned. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassination exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you! Judge Jigoku, what's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. You deliberately avoided saying a name? The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? The first 2 rooms are more normal stuff like chickens, cow, and pigs, whatnot. The further back you go, the more questionable it gets. That's terrifying. His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin around the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse will put you in contempt of court. The Market is a book I recommend you read it. Oh gosh. I don't know if I would want to do that. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. Also, to be fair, I need to finish the books that I have. I am behind. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. Because yeah, I still need to read my vampire book. There's like a fantasy novel series that I wanted to read the first book of. There's one that's like How to Kill Your Employer or something is the title of it, but it's like a mystery. There's also some books that I've had my eye on, but like they've either been sold out or I've had to like wait for a day. There's another thing you still need to read too. No! It's true that Kazuma Osogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The dude that wrote Wet Market also wrote Playground. I don't recommend reading that one, oh no. Oh gosh. Iris's voice is just so like, bass child, but okay. I'm gonna start over. No, that's worse. No, I keep trying to fix it and I keep making it worse. Oh gosh, I did so badly today, my goodness. I really can't read today. To read my murder mystery that when I start publishing it, maybe. I don't know. I have a backlog is what I was saying. The Barakodzu keeps tripping you up. It really does. Because it's like I'm going through and then I'm just like okay, say oh, I keep saying barakoji. Like I'm trying to fix it with the B's and I'm saying barakoji instead of burakoji. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was the condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. A backlog that you have done by the time Volume 1 drops, maybe. Because heckin', like, I don't know. I would usually read it, like, while waiting for my elf to pick me up from work, but now that that's not a thing, it's just like, when do I read it now? I'm at my house, I have video games. But I don't know. Maybe, like, we have an exercise bike now. Maybe I can read while I'm doing that. I don't know. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. Clearly I can't be involved. So you admit it then. As this communication stands, there really was an assassination exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. A pardon? Asugi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Council? Hardest part of reading while pedaling is how to hold the book. Speaking from experience, yeah. Because it's like, it's on an exercise bike, so I don't really need to, like, hold on to anything unless I want to, like, check what my pulse rate is. But, like, I don't know. I think, like, sitting back and reading it while pedaling would be, like, kind of tricky. I don't know. I don't think it's impossible. Kazuma-sama? Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court to identify your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I've said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassination exchange the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steam deck in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetuator of the crime was the Reaper, Barrick von Zieks. I don't know why I had so much trouble with that word. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. I messed that up really bad. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and a high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Just looks directly at Strongheart. It was someone on the British side controlling everything. I wonder who it could be. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassination exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, Counsel? Got a stair climbing error in reading while using it as a pain. Oh gosh. Well, yeah, because I think you're moving. Like, more of your body is moving and it's, like, trying to stabilize, but you're trying to keep the book stable, and I feel like that's difficult. I feel like with reading books, like, you're just kind of moving like this. I don't know. Maybe I'll try it, like, I don't know when. Mark and Burton have to do with an assassination? What? Yes, my lord, I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan then. Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd considered traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Surely not. I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. So you agreed to it just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination? The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time, an agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart. Why? Why didn't you expose the plot then and there? Britain acknowledges no part of these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him. Hold it, there's just as much evidence you're the murderer as there is strong heart is applied. Oh no.
Hold it!
Hold it, I'm gonna take a bite of my rice. How? Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin? He was the most capable of all the applicants. And in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire, it was his whole purpose in life. Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer, it was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get there, or get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job betraying mine, Asogi. But why was Inspector Gregson the target? I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you? Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time. The defense really ought to catch up. With what? With the fact that the assassination exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi. Well, I'm going to take a bite from Zip's tail. I made my burger. No! Not my tail! No! 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 I'll take a bite from you. How? His hands are right there. Just how? I don't know if that was a convincing effect.
Hold it!
Oh, I want to take a big bite of rice, but it's going to take me a while to eat it. Oh. I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship. Word arrived at the ministry some 10 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all. But he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible. Simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement. And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. Ah. My hands were completely tied.
So Mr. Shulman's strategy worked perfectly.
He predicted everything that would happen. Months later, my memory returned. But I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details related to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on the duty outside my cabin at all times. I feel like okay. I'm gonna still press. But, like, I'm thinking of the next sentence of his testimony, and it's just like, I don't know if we have... Let me look in the court record. Because I know we saw it. Yeah, no. Ooh. What was on this? This was the drill. So... Okay. So, it would be this. Because it would have happened between that time. In theory. Outside your cabin in the first class area of the SS Grouse, you mean? Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night, I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. At that particular time, of course, I had gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Shigoku's return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let two potential assassins into a cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of sentries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while, and when I left him there and made my way off the ship alone... Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes, he glared at me as I walked past. You see? That proves it. There'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. I know what to show, but I don't know if it's the right moment to show it. But I'm gonna go ahead and, not the telegram, but this.
Objection.
Cool. Yes. As the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the ship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen on the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill, not an execution drill. All crewmen were away from their posts? And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Ugh.
Objection.
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Yes, an execution practice. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin, unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel. I mean, do we have a picture of the cabin? Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's room cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October? See, we don't have a picture of the room. Ooh, was there anything? Oh gosh, what would we present? If only we had a picture of the room. The room clearly had a bullet hole in the wall. But no, they didn't think of taking a picture of that. Oh, have we examined this at all? You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part of the top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it? It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one. The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? That's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually, yes, Naruhodo? If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. Let me just do this real quick before I actually present anything. What do you think, Miss Susato? I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here. Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see that the little round component is actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch. Really? I was just thinking precisely that too. A perfect fit! I knew it. All right, perhaps you knew it. I'll make a note of this new information at once. Okay. So I think that's what we present, yeah? Yes? Oh no, the music's still going. Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch? If you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's pocket watch. And they have a mutiny practice on Christmas. There's a bolt on top of a helicopter shaft. It's called the... Oh, because it comes undone in flight. Oh, that makes sense. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Young murderer? I didn't kill nobody. I killed nobody.
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. Killed nobody, no, they were so young, oh no! Which reminds me, I think I finished nobody's commission. I think I just need to send it to them. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall in which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge that he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an ippon seoi throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It was nothing to do with his murder, I assure you. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. Nothing suspicious about my thing. Ippon seoi? Seoi? A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. Ah! I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely a tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku would be deemed to have had no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. He just points and is like, sorry, my lord, but you. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay. So what is he gonna give us this time? Guests waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after waiting my evening meal. What did you eat? Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door that you would just let your killer pass, you mean? Broken saber with a gash cut in the side of the box. Yeah, well, he's not known to wield swords. So unless he, like, brings something up about wielding a sword. Apparently Gregson... or a dagger, maybe. Apparently Gregson told the crewmen that he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. But the man accompanying him would have had two swords slung around his waist. They forgot an S there, I think. You mean me? Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords would have set off alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly, as I can tell you that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion. That's right, none whatsoever. That was not good drinking sounds.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson? Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose. That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction, but I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot anybody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. I soon took care of him with an Iponsei throw. I don't know why I repeated that. Even though the man had a gun? That was a very brave move, wasn't it? My Iponsei Seoi is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. But surely all the commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Iponsei throw. The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long, a bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that the murder took place. Absolutely not! All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw! Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true if no shot was fired in the cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. What are you talking about? Huh? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. It sucks that we don't have a picture of it.
Hold it!
But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? With your suitcase. When people die, their bodies remain at the same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well, then obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off of a shift in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Oh well, yes, it's true, but... All passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from the arriving vessels. And I would like to think that the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at the sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. That's killed the idea then. But perhaps not, Miss Susato. We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? Huh? I thought it had been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. Like a neckbeard claiming his gas station saber can cut down anyone, oh gosh. Because he's got the power of God and anime on his side. No possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. I think this is the only thing that has his, suitcase, yeah. I'm gonna save before I do this because I don't know if I'm doing it quite right. Open a flask, what? I have my gamer subs. Is that what you're thinking? Or was it one of the noises that I made? Bum 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 ba da 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 ba da 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 bum bum bum. Yay! There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. Sounds like my rumble. No, it's gamer subs. It's Misfit Melon is specifically the flavor that I had. Because I figured I still had some of it. I didn't want to, not finish it. At one point I'll get some more. But I should probably make some progress through some of my other flavors before I get more, even though I really want to. I think the snake oil one is still out of stock, isn't it? I haven't checked for a while. And what's that supposed to mean? Also, hello Lionheart, how you doing? Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. You have a glass jar with a metal lid? I don't think so. I don't know. Not up here. I don't think. I have some, glass jar boba cups on the other side of the room. That's probably the closest thing that I have. What are you talking about, Rionosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. But why do you ask, Rocket? Well, although passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time, I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Don't look in my suitcase. I will kill you. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Nanaho, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us inside George Jigoku's trunk. Ugh. Order in court! I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk? How horrifying! And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are far and few between. Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages, and the SS Gross is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on the study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the next century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Jigoku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime? The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barrick Von Ziek shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young striplings. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid that's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply, because the claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Ugh. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Oh gosh, is it something that we have to bring up like a second time? Or is there something new? Dun, 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 bum, bum. Okay, that's the old one. So that's not gonna be helping us here at all. Oh gosh. Yeah, not the wig. The victim was shot in the room, but not... What's the thing that... Oh gosh, would it be the, Would it have anything to do with the Red-Headed League? I feel like not. But I'm not 100% sure. I feel probably the autopsy report, because it's like, if he had been killed in the room, then his death would not be a question, right? The Japanese really are a curious breed, oh no. To puffer an argument with such conviction only to present such nonsensical evidence. Perhaps my Japanese friend's inexcusable thinking is why people talk of the mystique of the East. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm not the only Japanese around here. Do you even have a mirror? No! The court is not interested in the mystique of anything. You will be penalized accordingly. Was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street? Or was he moved there after his death? There's one piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly. Perhaps you should try to present the correct one this time, then. Are you gonna try again, or can't you hold your hand steady enough to point that out? Okay. Okay, let me actually save, and then if we mess up, we can we can go back. Right, time to save, scum. Because I thought it would be that. Was there anything like here? Maybe not. I mean, can you imagine if it was actually the wig that we had to present? Maybe it's actually the watch. Maybe. That doesn't sound right. Maybe this?
Take that!
No. No, it was not. Man, we were doing so good at presenting evidence.
Take that!
Oh! A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he was killed. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could have easily adopted the fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection.
Okay, then where was he shot, nerd? I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less been able to draw himself in that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting... The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. No, you're quite right. The shape of the body. It looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ugh. Present my trunk? I refuse. What? On what grounds? Forgot about rigor mortis, right? I am the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling, spaceless accusations. In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are, or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? Right, bold statement, Naruto-san. You can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You... Dear God! Outrageous! So it was you! No, I admitted to nothing more than what I've said. Killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. I was sleep killing. That's a thing, right? Sleep talking, sleep walking, sleep murdering. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I have no chance to throw it in the ocean. So I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? I don't know. As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night who he had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh.
That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi. You. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishido Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution's counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to this witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer is right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku, or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is... I'm gonna say impossible. Because why would he use a gun? Why would he use a gun when he has perfectly good swords? It's impossible.
Never in a million years.
Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of judicial processes. It is. No question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Inspector Asogi to commit the crime. What? Huh? Also, I meant prosecutor. I don't know what I said, but I know it wasn't that. The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement? That's a good... he said no.
Take that!
Yeah, he uses swords, but there is no proof Asogi didn't pick up his gun and kill Gregson with his own gun. I guess so. You're making the evidence weep here, Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Sorry? Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. They're not playthings you can toss around the courtroom for entertainment. Ah. Never mind the evidence. You're about to make me weep, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, I can't accept Susato-san, or I'll end up upset too. We know a member of the crew who was on sentry duty outside the first-class cabins nearly all the time, so as long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without being heard, and that very much narrows down when the crime could have been committed. So it would have been like after he left. The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. The drill?
Take that!
This itinerary for the crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord, is the compulsive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? George Jigoku, the moment you acknowledged that you found the victim's body in your cabin. This itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely. Because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port on Dunkirk. Now, clearly, the murder could not have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time, or could only have been. I am losing my reading comprehension day by day. Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out that killing. Gah! No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he's really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to... No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? VTubers curse, first your math skills goes and then your reading goes, right? Soon enough it'll just be just chatting It'll just be just chatting streams because I can't think. As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in the boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify in undeniable proof. There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer, as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Sei Shiro Jikoku. It was that damned trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Ah! Oh! Sir? It's over! My life is over! It's like he shows back up. It's like, so I bet you're wondering what just happened. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. a Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Right, anger issues. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. Wait, I've been streaming longer than you have. What does that mean about me? Oh no! Rocket, it's the typos! It's the typos in your messages! The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things don't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement, because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation: to eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be the safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain, so I enlisted the help of my British counterpart, and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. So that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. It was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. Oh no, the Pharaoh's curse would have been better, oh no! I'd received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over to the side. It's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. Ah! Do I get a Smith & West if I join the US? I mean, I don't know, honestly. I don't know much about the legal system. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick then and there. so I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case, so I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room at around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board to set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later, so that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that?
I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
Ah. I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. Boom. Wow. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea.
Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassination, the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though, as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we just get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Seishiro Jigoku, at the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. Is that right? Is that correct? May I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Like, usually it's not a good thing to see the guilty text. Maybe it's fine. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. I guess it's just weird because it's like, we don't usually see it for the witnesses, we just see it for the defendant. This is very good. Yeah, I think, I don't know. It's just, like I said, we usually don't see the guilty verdict for, like, the witnesses, even when they actually do the crime. In short, the defendant's innocence was therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful! Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, thank you.
Is something wrong?
See, even Naruhodo is just like, something's off. I'm just a little troubled by his silence. the true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey, and this extraordinary assassin exchange, we do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication, I hereby declare the defendant, Barrick von Zieks.
Objection.
Oh? What do you have to say, Kazuma? The prosecution calls for education to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. What do you mean? That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, Barrick von Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Barrick von Zieks is guilty as heck. What do you mean? He didn't do nothing. Well, it would appear that you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly. The murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot, into the sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassination exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly. That would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Baron von Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? There's a red stain from him throwing the full wine. That's just the wine! Order, order, order! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That's littering and vandalism. That's not Moida. That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. And you got Kazuma, you're guilty for conspiracy to murder. I mean, you know. Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zieks! I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as a primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous, and Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically.
You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this. I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise, as a lawyer and as his friend. Man, the Reaper's still got some bark left in him. I don't think he's the Reaper!
Then that's what we must do.
The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. My lord. I can't strong hard as the Reaper. Yeah, like, it's obvious. It's just, you know, not super obvious to the people in both the prosecution and the defense. Okay, here we go. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years. I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. Lelouch v. Britannia commands you testify. Oh no! The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson.
Oh, I know what I'm supposed to present and where I'm supposed to do it.
Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believes me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth, even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. Right? The plot brought him here. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So, it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. This has had to happen before. A judge killed someone and was the judge over the case, the person they framed for it. I mean, I wouldn't say it's never happened. I don't know, like, where, but I'm sure it's something that has happened, like, somewhere. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense. Proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you've convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony.
I mean, it was a very obvious lie.
Okay. Let's just... You know what? Let's just get to that. Let's just get to that statement. No common thread exists between myself and Gregson, Dr. Wilson. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. They weren't... Yeah, Dr. Gregson wasn't in here. So it's specifically... Oh man, I was hoping that like one of them... Yes. Okay. Yeah, I figured. I was making sure that everyone's names was on this.
Objection.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but... What is this? An autopsy report? Wait. This is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. I am the Reaper of the Bailey. You caught me. Order in court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? The autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is the undeliable link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. What's that accursed name again? The professor. I personally researched all of the court records relating to the case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls, and for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed. That was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death, with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous! And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting, which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? The burb did it. Oh no! Also, hello nobody, how you doing? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain using the two killers recruited for the assassination exchange. Order at once! 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom for a mass murder, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost.
I'm doing good. How about yourself, nobody? Also, I think your commission is done. I'm gonna look at it like a little bit just to make sure there's no finishing touches after stream, but soon after stream, you'll probably get the finished piece. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence. There's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it seems. I have evidence. What? No, nobody, I didn't kill you. As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth?
The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There is a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret! While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what, you're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. Still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated? It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it? That's right. Even then. Oh! So that's when the tip of the sword broke.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
If the results of Clint Van Zieks' autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Baron Van Zieks. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Doesn't need a VTuber trend. Literature made more? What? Literature made more? I don't know what that means. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Baron Van Zieks. Literally made for. Ah, okay.
Objection!
It's just like literature made more. It's just like I have ascended literature. Kazuma Asogi. What? What you've just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? What? Lord Van Zieks? They are bigger than words, right? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Van Zieks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You? I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is none other than Strongheart. The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Male Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? We've been holding on that for this whole stream! Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but He only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zieks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. And the investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Thank you for the—
Majima, why does he keep breaking? Majima, why do you keep breaking? It's so rude of you.
That is so rude. Okay, let me refresh the source really quick, and then hopefully when we switch back, maybe that'll fix it. I don't know. But yes, thank you for the stretch and the hydrate. I forget if I stretched. Oh gosh. I forgot that I refilled my water bottle during the break. And so it spilled on me. There was so much air pressure in it. Okay. I'm doing another stretch just in case. Oh! And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. There we go. It's Majima's mother named Majima. I mean, technically, since Majima is the last name, yeah, it would be Majima still. Because his first name is Goro. What are your back pop? No, I think that was my neck. Lord Strongheart. Everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Or Momjima. Majimam. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. Doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zieks' autopsy? That's utterly untrue.
Objection.
When do we get a sketch of Majima doing the photo? Oh my. I don't know how he would do it. But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where's your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now. Unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand, are you gonna cast Speak with the Dead? You could only ask him 5 questions, you know. You mean to say... Or wait, was it more? I don't know how many questions you can ask. I forget. I thought it was 5, but I could be wrong. I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. 5 is right, okay. Oh no! I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Ugh. Order! Order in the court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who can testify about the events of 10 years ago. Is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there another avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. No! No! It showed up as soon as I pressed it. Ah! I got a list of 257 demon names, got a Ouija board. No. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. Hopefully Susato-san is gonna be like, Naruhodo, what are you doing? And Dr. Scythe won't say anything about Strongheart. Give me a second chance. Ryonosuke, please. I'm sorry, Kazuma. Master Naruhodo, you were pressing A too fast, weren't you? Isn't there someone rather important whom you've overlooked? Thank you for giving me the second chance. Your silence is beautifully eloquent. I take it we've reached the end of this debate, then. Let the matter be closed, for good. Objection! I pressed the wrong button, my lord! Actually, there is one person who can still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There is no one left. Who, Ryonosuke? Who? Tell me. Ooh, it's like one of two people, actually. Kazuma, please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks is okay. So I'm thinking it's either Sholmes or little Miss Gory over here. I'm thinking since 10 years ago, her memory might not be that great since she's only 19, while like 10 years ago he would have been 24. I'm gonna save. Because like basically with her, like, her mom would always tell her the stories about the autopsies. But, like, his partner was there. So, like... Or wait. It would be you, right? Young Shows. I mean, she was non-existent! She was a buttery glimmer in an eye, as they put it. That or like not even one. Oh gosh. Okay, maybe there's 3 people that could testify. I'm gonna say this. Yay! Okay, the music stopped. Heaven help us, another Japanese. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Yujin Mikotoba, 16 years ago. He came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him at the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. He saw with his peepers. Oh no, not his peepers! Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago you accused the defendant of being the Reaper, and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your stance complete, or your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities. But we all know what will happen! That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. Ugh. This futile game of revenge is over. Young Master Asogi. Oh no, Asogi! That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is— Hold it! I don't know who said hold it. Shomes, maybe? Or maybe Mikotoba. Yay! Mr. Shomes! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Shomes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once. Mr. Shomes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court will hear what he has to say. Lord Mayor Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory. Can it? I know, I need to get new batteries for my automaton. I think last time I checked they were like barely audible. Oh no, where is the boy? Where is the boy? Oh, he's buried under my hat. I have a little hat that is in the way. But yeah, I need to get new batteries for the automaton. Cause let me see. Oh gosh. Yeah. Oh no, why is the heckin' throw broken? I did nothing! I did nothing! I did not! Da-da-da-da. Why is it that, like, when I go on my break, I come back and, like, half of my stuff is broken? I don't understand. Okay, I'm reopening the throwing system, though. The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. Let me see. Hopefully, let me see if I can refund those points real quick. Because I think I'm the only mod here. Let me see. There we go. Your points have been refunded. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the provocations of our superiors?
I did nothing, I did nothing, I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
Order in the court. It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices, a door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence.
He's right, the judge has absolute authority here. Yes, he calls the trial to an end. It must end. But would that really do?
I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed.
Is there a single person here present that can read my dialogue that fast?
What's... The trial should go on. Summon the witness.
That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is in custody.
How can the door be ajar? It's fine. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here.
Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British laws. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. On with the trial. Testify.
Testify.
Well, my lord, you hear the voices of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it to be rather awkward to silence. How many cookies can be in the door jar? Ooh, that's a good question. Probably quite a few. I've never been good with those, like, how many things are in this jar thing. I remember learning about it, but I don't remember the calculations for it. This court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives in this courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he'd been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards, and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course! In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I being plunged into the darkness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Yippee! I still have not finished my rice. I probably have to finish it after stream. It's already gotten kind of cold. Deep in the Abyss is a good song. Oh gosh. Oh! Hello, man. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Eugene Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. I must look for a bit, BRB. Okay! And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Maria Gorey. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
You summoned the strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe had come to light some days ago, defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She's definitely not a murderess, right? She's too cute. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinner's. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint von Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama was far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes. I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have made such a good... She wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
Yeah, Gory's harmless. She's just cute. She just likes blood and guts, but like, you know, she wants them to be dead first. It's fine.
From my own observations, I couldn't say that there was any indication of the autopsy result having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixed to the heart. That's what I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way to posthumously identifying his assailant. She can have a little blood and guts as a treat, right? No indication, nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about this? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Ugh. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely? With the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it. The whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon? Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint van Zeek, suffered a different fate.
Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
They're just chatting together. I was like, man, this guy sucks. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. Okay, so I have a feeling we're gonna have to press everything, and then it's just gonna be like, oh geez, oh man, I can't think of anything. And then we just have to pull on the rabbit ear. Yeah. Okay. You couldn't say? No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say that there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. Would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikotoba, I think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Do do. Do do. Do do. I don't know why I was pressing that button. I was pressing like the tilde button. Let me see. Oh yeah, I did it enough times for it to have muted my Discord. Stop looking at my cheek, it makes me blush, you woo. Although I don't know, that's kind of a big age difference actually. Only look at us, Gory. In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled? Correct. And yet Lord Van Zieks was stabbed. Ah, do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zieks may not, in fact, have been one of the professor's victims? There was no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Asugi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Ugh. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. Very strange. But you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but...
I read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Normal serial killers change their MO is normally out of desperation or is normally changed over time. Yeah, but that's like a desperate change. I don't know.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
She said that there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it? There
was a small bomb in their chest.
What exactly was it, though? What does the beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole. As if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asugi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quaterus of his left hand, the 4th or ring finger. I'd understood that it was some sort of keepsake. My father left Japan for London 16 years ago. I was 8 years old, but I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. Imagine the cops are close on your tail and there's a man that can easily blamed for a murder. Yeah. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on the finger where it had been pulled off, so it was for, well... I mean, yeah, he wouldn't have fed the guy the ring. They arrested the man then and there, right before my eyes. How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
I don't give a
However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. As much as I don't want you to. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel.
You must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Okay, I'll do that right now for you, Miss Susato. I'll do that right now. Looks at it from looks at it very carefully.
It's kind of a weird shape. This is a very chunky ring. Strongheart, don't say that unless you want to be on the table next. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I think.
Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp.
Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you.
Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun is about the size that would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. It would manage to get stuck in your throat from the stickiness of the mochi. Is that the only thing that we can really observe from here? I wonder, do we have a picture of... Let me see. We don't have a picture of... Yeah. We don't really have anybody to really point this ring to. Yeah. Okay. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim in a way of a posthumously identifying as assailant. Okay, so I guess we would just present it there, right? I'm just gonna go ahead and save a little bit.
Objection!
No, the music's still going. No. Would there be anywhere else to present this? Maybe we present the ring here. Because it's obviously it's so sharp, how is there not any internal injury? Remember, this class ring is big enough that you can really do some damage by throwing it, my goodness. The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at the moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel for Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach. Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I've had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson at the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested an item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. Iris's dad is corrupt as heck. Right, I mean, I think we established that, like, we actually don't know who her dad is. I know that we established that Wilson is not, and also Mikotoba is not. Unless one of those is actually a trick. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than a speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority in forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. Chums is her dad? Maybe. I don't know, though. That seems kind of weird, but maybe. It could be it, because I don't know who else it could be at this point.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up, with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gorey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Ooh, I love the back of her coat. It looks so cute. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genshin Asugi saving my life. What? My father? Saved your life? Think about it, Shums is old enough so he can be your father. Yeah. He's old enough. It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us. Oh yeah, he does kind of have the ring. It looks slightly different, but I think it's just the distance tricking me. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Bang! The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger on his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying? I've always believed those thugs were after me, but now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that the thugs were after... that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it! You stole my father's ring! You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrest... Kazuma. Open your eyes, man! Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results, so much that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. 'Cause it was probably blackmail either way. In the closed court hearings 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then...
Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Ugh. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. Ugh! But if that autopsy was all above board, there will be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Ooh. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence, but there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection.
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why a man shouldn't have protested.
Objection.
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these past 10 years. Me. Kazuma-sama's created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial, a reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric! The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? That's a good question. Let me save before I look at my options. Don't know who to root for in this case, right? Obviously not Strongheart. Right, armband.
Take that!
This is the defense's answer to that question. Is it? Nope, it's not. As I indicated before, my patience for rhetoric is growing thin. Oopsies. Dum ba da dum. Bum ba da bum. Bum ba da bum. The photograph of friends? His friends? Nope. Okay, it's not his friends. It's not his buddies, his pals, his homies. Possibly explain his silence in court. Let me look. The autopsy?
Take that!
I don't know. We don't have the mask in our evidence anymore. I don't think the mask is a reason for the silence though. Just he was literally silent.
Take that!
Okay. I'm just throwing things at the wall until one of them sticks. I mean, that's like after the court thing happened. Man, how do you think... Do you think Mrs. Vigil is doing okay? Like, this all started because her husband went missing. So you can speak with a leather strap and a spike in your mouth meant to sound. What? He didn't mean literal silence, Rocket. Like pretty much why he didn't speak up. Help me.
Take that!
Yeah, I figured it wasn't gonna be the ring. What would it be then? Do I have to look at something first?
Take that!
That? Really? Okay. It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, why is the heckin' throw broken still? What happened? I reopened it. Someone try exclamation part and throw and see if if at least that works. That or the bonk emote, because I know it was working earlier. Why is it broken? Why is it broken? Because I can bonk myself, but... Did it get disconnected from Twitch? Oh gosh, how do I double check that? You're gonna see a little bit of, an outline. Yeah, it's connected. Or it wasn't, apparently. Why was it turned off? I don't actually know. Okay, try again. Try again with an exclamation point throw or a bonk. And then I'll have... Okay. How did it get disconnected from Twitch, like in the middle of the stream? It's so rude. Okay, I think I still have... Yeah, I do still have it open, so I can refund you again for that. My goodness. My goodness, my goodness. Okay. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution falsifying on a death certificate and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working at the prison at the time. The notes read, "There are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration." In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Whoops, I don't know how I did that. Yes, with the sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi couldn't be explained in no other way. Order, order! First fabricated evidence, now a jailbreak conspiracy? Of course, because it's all intimately linked. And the prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Governor Kaiden? And the professor, or the professor, the poor chief warder of the prison? I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? The dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Kaiden and Mr. Vigil to attend to the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I am much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment.
My goodness, our boy Sholmes.
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its onset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. See, when I said that, I meant lies. Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Oi, Barry Kaiden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerbys. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Dally Vigil. I used to be a chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Bosh, the professor! We've already been through all this before, a decade ago! And the conclusion was that wasn't anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Are hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Well, the convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Kaiden, I don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out in the prison, then of course the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gads! Hold on there, laddie. All I did was... witness Governor Kaiden. Aye, sir! You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know about the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder Vigil here and the plan into action behind the scenes. Or put the plan into action. Was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution. But I knew nothing of any plot. Sorry, I'm just moving stuff around, because I might be hanging out with Pitch after stream, but I want to make sure I don't end too early, if that makes sense. Okay, there we go. I didn't ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Wow. A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that there was a jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I can't say, he's right there. I didn't ken that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there was nothing about that professor case that was unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions, I just did what I was told to. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. And the jailbreak that was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord? I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely, I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Dun, 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 boom. Let's press on everything in your statements, do. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But it was from the prosecutor's office. That narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I can't even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is the order must have come from somebody with authority, I suppose. Likes of us on the ground, as it were. Then not bother with the speculation. Or with idle yes. We just get the job done. Dun, 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 dun. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. Well, whoops, I was distracted. So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then. Who else did know about the plan? I've no the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved. Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Mr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens? Or Dr. Scythe as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who had taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't it? Losh, Vigil. I cannot apologize enough. No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Kaiden? Ba-dum, 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 ba-da-bum, ba-da-dum.
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office who arranged for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of a negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may, I dinna ken anything about it. The witness stand is no place for telling you what you don't know for sure. Ken that much, I do. And I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it has to be, what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do it getting the juke out of the jail and nothing more. I actually don't know what accent he's supposed to be. I think it's like it's Scottish Canadian or something. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that, only personally. I believe his death was all? The death was the last part of the plan. What did you mean? Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? It is very weak. Did I read that line? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Kaiden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But, you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak only to kill him at the end. That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for any of the chicaneries of an escape? Ah. Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery after all, or certainly. Nobody knows what's going on. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. Chamber of Secrets Harry Potter crossover confirmed, I guess. At least the point in time here. If you believe there is some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, between Asogi and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Kaiden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have. By amending your formal testimony. Gads! Go on then. He like... Grrr. Seems to me that the Japanese fella did not have nothing to bargain with. What does that mean? Would that we would... I'm gonna save here. Nothing to bargain with. Because we could maybe... I mean, I'll just press him on it. Because I'm not 100% sure on presenting something. Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely? I cannot see that myself. After all, did the prosecution have no have conclusive evidence against the Charlie, eh? This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard in the prosecutor's office.
Objection.
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye. That's right. So, what I'm saying is... the convict had nothing. Nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point, logically. It would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. Oh geez. So Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd broken out of prison later. I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. Then perhaps something compelled him to agree. What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhand dealings with a desperate man, only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, naruhodo? No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet.
Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem.
Okay, so now we know. I just wanted to like double check just in case. I had a feeling it was gonna be the sword. Why is the music still going on? That last statement seemed a little questionable to me. What do you think, my lord? I see no inconsistency there. Do you? You could span the Straits of Dover with those wide eyes, Council, and be gone from this island forever, I hope. Do you want me to fill the English Channel with tears? Okay, so it's not the sword. So it must be the, what is it? The, last will thing. Because we know that he had his possessions on him, but I don't think we have an evidence piece to, like, present that with, so this is the next best thing. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing, sorry, I got a message from like a cafe thing. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Havers! The fella couldn't possibly have had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. It turns out that Mr. Osogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. Gag! Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cells. Mr. Osogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? Last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Oh, well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Osogi Papers. Governor Kaiden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Osogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? Jinx, what the blazes are you blathering about? The will was found, right and proper. In the fella's cell where I said it would be. But how could that be? We're in a cell. We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh, you paley whaley galoot? You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before. Oh, hello, lousy pop. Welcome in. How are you doing, Luther Brigade? Oh, nobody. Did you recommend me? Thank you. But how are you all doing today? Oh, you were playing Deltarune? Were you having fun? You were having fun? Deltarune was like what I started VTubing with. How far did you get? Thank you for the follow. Lousy Pop and Kobe the Doggo Dragon. That's a cute name. Welcome in. We're going through the last chapter of Great Ace Attorney Chronicles right now. I'm finding a good stopping place at one point, but I'm at least going to a good stop. But hopefully you're having fun with Deltarune. Are you excited for the next chapter whenever it comes out? Wanted to commit war crimes to the horror clown wannabe Jevil. Oh gosh. Jevil's fight is so challenging. I've never beat him, but that sounds fun. Gosh, I've been being a masochist and trying to beat Jevil still. Oh gosh. My goodness, yeah, I kind of gave up after fighting Jevil for a little bit, but I at least, I beat Svampton at least. So there's that. But yeah, hopefully you had fun. I showed it to her before, did I know? You lawyer? Also, I can't do Kaiden's accent. Thank you for the follow, Malcureros. I'm glad all of you are enjoying hanging around. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Yes, you did. I have the documents here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. I'm so excited for the next chapter for sure. Deltarune is such a great game overall, right? I'm so excited. It's like every time I get one of the Undertale newsletters, it's just like any news, and it's just like it's still being worked on. There's like here's this like scrapped content thing, and it's like soon hopefully. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left, and yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Toby Fox confirmed 3, 4, and 5 will come together. Yeah, so it makes sense on why it's taking quite a while. But at least with that case, we'll get everything all at once. So I'm fine with having to wait, but it's still a thing of I want it. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? as has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. Ooh, that pacing, though. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. Dressing up as Spampton for Halloween this year. Noise, I just need a specs and I'm good. Yeah, that's so fun. Toby Fox, my lord and savior, right? I was gonna do the Okami quote, but I forgot what it was. Father to us all. Lord of all that is good. It's turning out here being so dramatic. I love it, right? Toby got bored of the sling and rolled up the cannon with John Dosh. Oh no! This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear! Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. Sitting outside in the costume to scare people. That makes sense for you, Rocket. I still need to figure out... Well, I'm visiting Peach, so I'm not really sure on what I'm doing on Halloween. What if the final boss of Deltarune is Toei himself? I mean, I wouldn't put it past him to make himself like at least a secret boss towards the end. Can you imagine? Waste of time. The will was fake. Where is the real document? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything. Very nearly lost his own life. I mean, FNAF World did have Scott as a boss, yeah. And like, I think there was some, I don't think it was Yoko Taro, but there was like some Square employee that was a boss, I think, in Nier. I forget who. Has Zune put himself into Toho? I don't think so. So I don't know, but maybe. And now you're doing it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody on the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiation took place. Is your lordship going to gloss over these obvious and reprehensible facts? What did you say? We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testimony. Yes, sir, my lord. Toxic jerks turn something beautiful and turn it into toxic. Show me you have to. What? My goodness. What kind of court is this? I don't remember there being a whole concert audience and jury members attending it. It's fine. They're all faceless. It's fine. The Asogi papers. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found I can't read his accent. The Asogi papers, when a directive came telling me to impound them, the document was in the folds of the fella's robe that was left in the cell. A kimono, I think it's called. Just imagine the pressing of that is just like, actually, it would have been like, not a fundoshi, but like something else. Boy, if you don't take that unicorn meme out of my face, oh gosh. Have you not seen the Undertale fandom? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's not the worst. There's bad apples in every fandom. By far, not the worst. Dude, why keep waving your hand around? Your hands are dry, man, right? In his kimono, that's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all of his clothes. That can't be true. Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar once, eh? With a finger? There's... Oh, thank you, thank you for the follow, Tipsy. Do there's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. This is what you're going to do, isn't it? How... Sir Vigil, how are you doing that with your tie? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Guy! This man having a seizure. No, he's just like, are you gonna put your hands on me, huh? Undertale fandom is a whole rotten. Like I said, I've seen worse. Little and large, what a double act. We compiled with Asogi's will as far as possible. All his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? That little Jimmy is how I've met your father. The vibes I'm getting from these two, right? My goodness, it's wild. Yes, there's no mistaking that it was my father's brushwork. Really? So maybe he had two. And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. What is the Toho fandom worse? I can't think of any other words. Fandom content-wise for Toho, it's it's a little but I think there's worse. I don't know which exact one, but So, counsel for the defense. Your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Okay, so we're going a little bit over time, so this is a good time to make it have a little break. No clue what Toho is, so I ain't worried about it. Oh gosh, yeah, Toho's kind of an older thing, but it inspired Toby to make Undertale and Deltarune and all that stuff. So you know, it's cool. Okay, so let us go on over to the just chatting screen and let's find somebody to raid. Because I need to give my throat a break from talking. Let's see who is streaming today. Ooh. I don't think there's someone that we haven't raided yet. They're playing Portal. Oh, that's ooh, but Circus. Ooh. How long has Circus been streaming? You know what? We'll raid someone that we've never raided before. As much as I want to raid Circus, we will raid someone that we haven't raided before. Older when the new game is cranked out every couple of years. Yeah. I mean, the first, like, oh gosh, the first ones were like on a DOS system, weren't they? It got really popular late 90s, I think is when Embodiment of Scarlet Devil came out. I think I could be wrong. So glad I was able to raid you channel and VTuber. Absolutely adorable. Thank you. I made the model myself. Oh, I need to show you my tail. Ta-da! I did it myself. It's very wiggly and very large. It takes up a lot of my body weight. But yes, big old tail. Let's get raided in under 20 minutes. Let's raid Circus. Ooh, okay. Should we raid Circus? I would love to raid Circus, but okay. Is it even a tail if it's not at least half your body weight, right? If you can't see it past your hips, is it really even a tail? Did not realize that it was your tail. I thought it was part of your outfit. Yeah, it's my big old tail. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Cinnamonies because there is less viewers in their stream, and so we get more people over there. Let's see, we'll do just regular Objection raid. Just pretty basic for Ace Attorney games, but you know, it works. If anybody has any other suggestions, feel free and we might use that instead. And then let's give them insanity. Yeah! But yeah, they're playing Portal, which should be really nice and chill. And also, like, I don't think we've had a chance to raid Sid Minis before, so we get to raid them back, finally. Thank you, everybody, for joining me today. We should be able to, if they curl up into a ball, their tail is bigger than their entire body mass. That's true, that's true. If I curl up into a ball, I can just fit perfectly on my tail. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, are they ending? Wait. I'm looking. I'm trying to see if they're having technical difficulties or if they're ending. I have no idea. Okay, they're I just saw them paused in the menu for a bit, so I was like, oh gosh, are they leaving? Balls have draw when. I mean, I don't know. We could do that on Friday if we do an art stream. Also, I'm pretty sure we're going to be able to finish this chapter in the middle of tomorrow, so once we're done with it, we're going back to more Baldur's Gate. Your tail is like a big, mushy, portable beanbag, yes. Okay, the countdown's going down. I'll see you Iggy's tomorrow. Bye-bye, thank you for the raid. Lousy pop. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. Bye-bye, 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 bye-bye. Bye-bye, 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 bye-bye. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da, bye.